ladies, gentlemen, cyborgs, friends, Romans, countrymen, people, animals, artificial beings, welcome to the one and only Voidstar Lab. Today we got one thing to do, and that is to build ourselves a wearable computer using OLED. We started it last Friday, but we're going to finish it today. This is really exciting. This is going to be hopefully we actually finish the project this time. I've got some chicken tendies here. They're part of the process. So we got a little bit of business to do first. Let me move this over a little bit so you can see our patrons. Look at these patrons; they support the channel. I've been talking with the patrons about whether to share the stream replays with everyone. Right now, stream replays are patron only, but we're talking about sharing them for a wider time frame. That's why I was making this weird gesture. Because I know that there are plenty of people who, just because of time zones and stuff, just can't sit around and watch the entire streams, or can't tune in during that time. So we're figuring out how to solve that. We might make streams public for some time before, for some time afterwards. We might, maybe like a day or a week, or something of the sort. Oh, hey, Things is not sponsoring this episode, so let's get that out of there. You gotta pay if you want to party. So there might no information to report on that now, but just know it's in the works. If you have some interest, if you got an opinion on that one way or the other, if you feel like you'd be interested in watching more replays, or if you'd like more time to watch them, feel free to put them in the comments or the chat, I guess. So we got a few orders of business, of course. First thing to do is, as is tradition, to log into the shelves. Let's actually, where'd I put that thing? Let's switch over here. Yeah, let's log into the shelves. 192, blah 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 blah. I've been making some improvements to the stuff around the space, so it should all work smoother. I was also messing around with the chromats. Remember that? Like the thing behind me over there? I keep forgetting which side is which. So let me update the firmware on that, because some people were telling me that the starburst animation here looked a little like a certain symbol associated with anti-Semitism. So I modified it. Now it should look more like a star. Are you satisfied now, people? Are you happy? Well, anyways, there you go. That's what it looks like. So I'm just going to switch back. I'm going to switch the other ones back on, the other animations, because that's the one I wanted to show you. Where did I put them? Oh, here we go. Random pulses enabled. True. Q pulses enabled. True. So yesterday I spent a few minutes hanging out on the Cyberdeck Cafe podcast, and during the podcast I was messing around with both of these, and I accidentally programmed the Chromance firmware onto the shelves, and the shelf firmware onto the Chromance. And it was really fun trying to maintain my poker face and keep the conversation flowing while figuring out how to unmess those up, shall we say. So yes, both of these use an ESP32, and they have this system on them that lets me upload firmware over Wi-Fi. So it's really easy to mess them up. This one is 192.168.1.106. Please don't hack my system. So let's get that uploading. There's one other thing that I want to show you people, and there's one other thing I want to show you people. It's something I saw on Reddit today. And I just couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist. All right, here, check this out. We're gonna go to reddit.com. By the way, if you're sensitive to cringe, you might want to turn away from your monitor for the next few seconds, because we're going to Thanks I Hate It. We're going to TIHI Check it out. It's Elon Musk 9 years ago. Oh, it's 9 years since Elon Musk tried to get this picture removed from the internet. But yep, this is Elon Musk presumably as a teenage edgelord. Look at that coat. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that jacket. This has to be after he got his PayPal money, so you know that's real leather. Elon Musk with greasy ass hair, wearing a floor-length leather trench coat with buckles all the way up, standing in front of a sign that says "Liberty." Yep. Anyone who respects Elon Musk should tab over and take a quick look. This just tickles me so much. I love it. This is your god. This is the true appearance of the elongated muskrat. Anyways, without further ado, let's get down to business. We have some stuff to build today, and you can tell by now that I'm just killing time while I eat as many chicken tenders as possible. So let's update our to-do list here. Where did I put it? I've been messing around with G-code for. I've been messing around with G-code forever because like I'm trying to work out the kinks on the new printer. It's actually working really well. It's actually working really well. I've got it now preheating all 4 tools while it's calibrating everything, which is pretty tricky to set up actually. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff. Let me open up the to-do list. Don't freeze, please. Stream to-do list. Heyo. Why isn't it opening up? Why you no work? Oh, okay, here we go. So we're done with this. We've improved the eyepiece. So last week we improved the eyepiece. We made the headband. Let me copy this arrow. We made the headband. So we need to. So today we need to solder stuff. We're gonna mess this list up. We're gonna mess around with this list again. We're going to solder stuff. We need to assemble the thingy. Then we're going to write some code, and then we're going to look rad. Why? Why'd you do that? Yep. Right. Solder stuff, write code, assemble the thingy, and look like a badass. Yep. We've got a pile of pieces here. Jeez. We got a pile of pieces. I think we have... Is the camera on? Yep, camera is on. Lights. Oh, this is so heavy. I got a box of... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. I got a box of parts for my very last client project. I have one client project left. I don't think... I was originally going to do a stream about that. I'm not sure if the scheduling is going to line up. We might do that on Friday. But, yeah. Oh, we can't do it on Friday. We don't have all the parts. Anyways, yeah, we got to deal with that. So, enough of me chewing. Enough of me glomphing. Most of today's stream is gonna take place over here. Let me bring you up to speed. Let me try to get this out of the way so it's not pointing straight at the camera. I don't think that's gonna happen though. Let's move this guy down. Let's see. We shouldn't have any autofocus problems, but who knows? Who knows what's going on? SATA says, put some copyright-free cyberpunk music on in the background. I am not confident that I could find... So, I don't want to find... So, like, I don't think I could find 5 hours of royalty-free music. The reason why I don't put music in the streams, because there isn't that much of it. Like, I don't think I've collected 5 hours of music total for the channel. And I don't want to use the same music in multiple episodes, because I know people like to watch things back-to-back while they work and stuff. And if the same tracks are playing over and over again, that gets really obnoxious. So, we'll see. Oh, this camera isn't anywhere close to being in position. What a pain in the butt. What a pain in my butt. Let's switch to our overhead view. It's important that we set this up, oh jeez, I lost my scissors, properly because we're going to be doing a lot of building stuff today. So let's get this thing in roughly the right position. Check out our clear OLED. So what we're going to be doing, so again, to recap, we are building a heads-up display using a clear OLED. This is one of the most requested projects on the channel, and I've made it very clear that I don't think this is going to work. But that is sometimes like, look, I always talk about how you have to prototype stuff to, you know, see how bad your ideas are, right? Like, you got to prototype stuff to figure out the hidden problems. But it also cuts the other way, right? Like, not every... It's not always negative. Sometimes you want to do a prototype for the opposite reason. So you can figure out if there's... Basically, if you think an idea is... Sometimes you want to do it for the opposite reason, right? Like, you think an idea is bad, but other people like it. So it sometimes makes sense to build it anyways, just to see if it has any merit. And that's kind of the purpose here. We're also going to be using this to talk about optics, specifically the optics that go into making a heads-up display, because in my opinion, they're one of the least understood aspects of wearable computers. People understand how the displays work, they get how the computer works, even the interface isn't that hard. But the optics, those are a challenge. So that's what we're going to do. Last penultimate tendy for now. So this is the critical part. This is a transparent OLED. As you will see, works exactly like here. I'm gonna grab one of these real quick. Displays. There we go. So if you've ever used one of these SSD 1306 displays, right? I got two of them here. I got this 128 by 64, and I've got this 128 by 32. And these are pretty much exactly the same as this. This uses the SSD 1309 because it's a slightly higher resolution. But otherwise, these are the same. The only difference is that instead of these having a black background, this has a clear one. The OLEDs themselves here are made of a different chemistry, so they're clear. And most importantly, instead of using wires, this guy uses ITO traces, indium tin oxide. It's a metal oxide that's clear. So basically every component of this is clear. It's not like the components are so small you don't see them. It's that, no, this is a clear panel with clear diodes connected by clear wires. It's pretty cool. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, we have to finish soldering this guy up. Last week we took the driver board here. Pardonnez-moi. We took this driver board and we desoldered this header. So we need to put some wires on it so we can connect the whole thing up. So let me show you. Here, let me. Oh, this thing is really, really kerfuffled. Let's turn this around. Oh man. Okay, back to our overhead view. Can we center this? Very nice. All right. So this is where we got on Monday. Or wait, today's Monday. This is where we got on Friday. Yeah. We designed this. And honestly, we designed it pretty close. This is exactly what we designed. I just printed it out and I put it together, and for the most part, it worked pretty well. You can see we've got the front part where the display mounts to. I split up into multiple pieces. Only one of these pieces needs support. Only two of these pieces need support material, which I thought was pretty rad. Because normally a design like this would be very complex. But yeah, only a couple pieces need support. So we've got we've got the headband here. It fits pretty well, actually. Let's switch back to here. It fits surprisingly well. Let me see if I can get this guy up and out of frame, because we don't want a light shining in the camera and ruining everything. It fits fairly well. You can see on this side, maybe you can see it kind of jabs my ear. That's all been fixed. We're not going to, and on top of that, I added a little contouring to it so it stays in my head a little better. I also trimmed my beard, which has nothing to do with the project, but it does make me feel much more handsome. So, yeah, this is the previous version. You can see the colors are all mismatched and stuff, and I also didn't do a great job of cutting it out. I had the elephant's foot compensation turned in the wrong direction, so it's actually making the part bigger at the bottom instead of smaller. So we fixed that. So what I haven't done is put anything together. So we've got a whole bunch of pieces here. You can see that there's now some contouring on it, which hopefully should make it stick to my head a little better and just be a little easier to wear. Let's see, I actually printed the same part a few times because I'm dumb. Yeah. We will use this one if... Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one peeled off a little bit. I was having some layer adhesion problems, but we're starting to dial it in. It took a little bit to get used to printing on glass, but I definitely got my sea legs with the new printer. It's been working great. A Blade of Kitten, thank you so much for kicking us off with the very first super chat of the day. Thank you so much for the Great British Pounds. Zero ducks. 1, here, have my pocket change. 2, sublime text, nice. 3, ducks again. 4, Gib Chicky Tendies. 4.5, sneaky ducks. 6, I'm getting my money's worth. What happened to 5? I'm befuddled. I will stop. I know some people, like... One of the things I've learned while studying the ways of the YouTube is that some people absolutely despise eating. One of the most, pretty much the most controversial thing, low-key, you can do on video is eat. Some people find it just, like, they see someone take a bite and barf rises in their throat. And some people see someone eating and they're immediately like, oh, I want to join that. So it seems like we have the second here. Don't worry, I was running a little behind the 8 ball here, so I didn't have time to eat lunch, or really anything today. So I want to get some calories in, so I got the stamina to make it through. Akelia, thank you. Welcome to the chat, and thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. Foxes are significantly better than ducks. XP, very nice. Foxes and ducks, I've never had to compare them. I mean, in a battle, the foxes clearly have the advantage, because, you know, they body ducks all the time. I don't think I've ever heard of a duck beating a fox. So, I don't know. I don't know. On the upside, ducks have a certain piece of anatomy that's very distinct. I don't know. From a topological perspective, I think the duck wins, but on the whole, I think the fox has the advantage. The duck can fly, but so can a fox if your catapult is powerful enough. All right, I just realized that. So I haven't cut off the brim here, and I didn't cut off the brim because my knives are really dull. So maybe it makes sense to start off today by sharpening knives. I probably should have grabbed this thing before we started, but let me. Brooke, if you're listening, can you bring me the Spyderco knife sharpener? I think it's on the cabinet between the stove and the fridge. Yeah, if you could bring that, that would be rad. Let's if Brooke hears that and grabs it, in the meantime, let's break off the support material. I was having a little trouble with the support material adhering a little too tightly to the part, and it seems like I didn't fix that. I don't know why this is, because it's got this crazy powerful part cooling fan blowing on it, and I set it to 0.3 millimeters of distance. So
there you go, Flo.
Oh, hey, excellent. Thank you, Brooke. There we go. We got a knife sharpener. We're gonna sharpen things up. 3D printed plastic can be surprisingly rough on knives, especially when you're like me and you get garbage knives. Now that I'm in Colorado, it's inevitable that I'm going to end up getting a Spyderco knife. Like it's pretty much mandatory, right? Like you got to have your Subaru, you got to have your Subaru, you got to have some walking sticks and hiking boots, and you got to have a Spyderco brand knife. It's the law. It's the law. They made me sign a paper when we moved in. All right. I'm gonna try to pry some of the support material out. I'd rather do this before we sharpen the knife, so I don't damage the edge. Yeah, both my knives are Colorado. They're CRKT. They're Colorado River Knife and Tool, but the steel they use is, I mean, the knives are fine, but they use a steel that softens very easily. So They're great knives as long as you don't mind sharpening them fairly often. Oh, come on. It's popping out. Popping out. Paul Rector, another one of our patrons, thank you so much for the super chat. If a duck uses polar coordinates R and theta, she knows to be as far away from the fox as possible and ideally have the opposite phase angle from the fox. Theta duck equals theta fox plus pi. Indeed, that is one of the main advantages that ducks have over foxes, is their intrinsic understanding of trigonometry. Yeah, little known fact. They're quite good at trigonometry. Windows 98, thanks so much for the $2. Windows 7 is better than Windows 10. As Windows 98, I don't think you have a dog in that fight. I think you're just jeering from the sidelines. I'm kind of disagree with you. I actually really like Windows 10. Windows 10 is my favorite version of Windows. It's the version of Windows that convinced me that it was safe to go back to using Windows. For a very long time, I hated Windows for a long time, and it wasn't until I saw Windows 10 that I was really like, all right, this is an operating system you can actually get some work done on now. Like, yeah, I've been impressed. Oh man, this is a really hard piece of support to remove. Let me scroll back down. Windows 98's keeping it real. That's right. What about Windows 11? From what I've seen of Windows 11, I am not impressed. I've heard some theories about why Microsoft would want people to use a TPM. So in order to use Windows, right now, in order to use Windows 11, you have to have a TPM, which is a chip that you put in your motherboard that, among other things, like supports DRM. Basically, it like holds and calculates encryption keys, and they require it, which is weird. Pretty much nothing outside of enterprise apps require a TPM, but Windows does. And I've heard that the reason they want people, or one theory is that the reason they want people to use that is because it'll allow them to put always on DRM and what basically allow them to put always on DRM on all kinds of things like the operating system and programs. Basically, to facilitate switching from a software as a product model to software as a service model, where you pay over and over again for the same stuff. Which, as I've made very clear on this channel, I think is an affront to capitalism. I guess on the whole, an affront to good business, to pro-consumer business practices. So that makes me very uneasy. So hopefully, if that's the case, we see a bit of like a Windows XP situation where people refuse to update for like a decade. Oh no. Yeah, Linux is still not ready to be a daily driver operating system. Just too many compatibility problems, and too much messing with the OS. That's a mark of a good operating system, is that you never have to mess with it, because the operating system is not the point of the computer. You don't use a computer to use the OS. Use the OS to use the computer. Like, you don't want to have to repair your car. You want to drive your car. And I think Linux is a little too labor-intensive. I think it's better for scaled applications, like, it's definitely, like, it's better for embedded devices, and it's definitely better for servers, in this guy's opinion. Man, I don't know how to get the support to stop sticking. Try not to break this prong here. Already had a couple of close calls. Yeah, I made a mistake here in the support material. I got to adjust the parameters because the cooling fans on this printer are so ridiculous. This thing can bridge far further and far more accurately than like the Prusa's. Like, I'm pretty sure I could get a sag-free 2-inch long bridge, like 50 millimeters. I think I could get a very long bridge on this thing, so I don't think it's necessary to support bridges this short. So I'm gonna have to mess around with that later. Let me tell you, through setting up this printer, through setting up the tool changer, I have learned more about how 3D printers work than my entire life. Like, I have gone, this has forced me to like go deep into G code. It's forced me to learn about like how custom printers come together. Just like I've never had a reason to go low level on a 3D printer, but now I have all the reasons. And long-time viewers will know that if there's one thing I hate doing, it's learning. But if there's one thing I do, whether I like it or not, when things start to go south, it's learning. So yeah, it's been a real educational experience for me. Let me tell you, learning a lot about like how to use G code, how to use working with the G code processor, right? The one that runs in the slicer. Reading and interpreting it, the scripts that run on the printer itself, like all that stuff. I've gotten so much more experience with. So, yeah, because of this project, like, yeah, my idea here is just to build a new printer and make some boats. But because of this project, like, I'm going to be far more informed about 3D printers forever. So this has permanently improved my ability to evaluate and work with 3D printers. Edward Piper, thank you so much for the 420 quid. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the laughs and constant inspiration. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Long as I can, I'm gonna keep on doing it. Come on. Let's try to get this out of here. Yeah, there we go. The walls on this are really thin because when you're doing a wearable, weight is really important. So I'm using, I think the walls for this thing are only 1.2 millimeters. It's very thin. So yeah. All right. I'm just going to pull off so we've trimmed off the support material. I'm just going to pull off most of the brim by hand. We will trim the rest. We don't have to trim it perfectly, right? Our objective here is just to trim it down enough that we can glue it together accurately. Because once it's been glued together, we can use my, what's it called, like the Retouch 3D or something? Basically like a low temperature soldering iron specifically for cleaning up prints. Basically, once we have the thing put together, we can use that to finish the job and to file off the seams, so to speak. So I think this is good. We have another piece. So these two pieces were mistakes. Those were my backups in case I broke one of these off. All right, so we're gonna put these over here. I'm gonna try to be more careful to keep the workspace clean from now on. Oh, we have a couple of super chats. What the Flux? Thank you so much for the super chat. Speaking of low-level 3D printing, did you hear about the Annex Engineering Speedboat Race? I'm gonna be honest. I'm not that clued into regattas. I don't know. I don't know very much about anytime other people are competing. I don't really pay attention to it. But why is it like a 3D printed boat race, a 3D printed regatta? Because that'd be pretty neat. It'd be pretty cool. 3D printed boats. Talk about watertight mesh, huh? Maybe you'll look that up if I'm back at the computer. We'll take a look and see what that's all about. Shockwave 06 with a Roblox profile pic. Thank you so much for the super chat. Try using tree supports or lower your infill density. Also, hi, how are you? I'm okay. Things are good. As for using tree supports, oh man, I'm not sure tree supports would work well here. Because, like, if you notice, the slot, like, the areas in here where it's trying to fill, let me find a better one here. The areas where it's trying to fill in the supports are just very thin slots. So I don't think it would get a very good tree going there. So if anyone listening doesn't know what I'm talking about, a tree support, so when you think of support material, you usually think of like a scaffold, like a zigzag, often with like an interface, like a roof on it. And that supports it. A tree support looks like a tree. It looks like sticks that that separate out and very carefully, very gently, like contact the supported geometry at very few points. So tree support can be much easier to remove, and the artifact it leaves behind is like a tiny pimple, sort of, that's very easy to remove. You see that on mostly resin printers. Personally, I don't like tree supports very much because the support material itself is very thin. So your printer really has to be dialed in, or that support material is it's going to fall apart. Basically, like, there's not a lot of surface area for the support material to attach to itself. So if your printer is even a little bit misaligned, or it's running too hot, or you have your layer speeds wrong, or your part cooling fan set wrong, your support can easily collapse. And Devin Wilcox, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. You inspired me to build a keyboard from scratch. Thanks for all the info and resources to learn and get better. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Keyboards, I think, are... I'm so glad I made that video. Keyboards are one of the best first projects, because they are a whirlwind introduction to everything. You learn how to order parts, you learn soldering. You learn soldering a lot. There are a lot of things to solder in a keyboard. You know, if you're 3D printing, it's a great practical project to encourage you to, like, you know, learn the ropes and dial the thing in. 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're great first projects. And the firmware is already written for you, but there's an incentive for you to go in and tweak it. So I think they're great first projects. And on top of that, the thing I love about keyboard is that it improves your future projects too, because now you have a good keyboard that you can use to design all your other stuff on. So I really appreciate it. It's always great to hear when people actually build projects because of my videos. I mean, that's why I make them. I was looking at my Amazon affiliate report yesterday, and I saw that a lot of people were getting stuff from that episode. That episode is the biggest driver of my Amazon affiliate bucks. I don't. It's a way of saying it. Like, for the affiliate thing, like, I'm not putting stuff in there to get affiliate money. Like, if I'm putting a product in the description, and I can't, and there isn't, basically, if there's a small seller, like a small supplier that sells it, I'll link to them. But if not, if it's only on Amazon, or if it's only practical to get, like, without, 3 weeks of shipping on Amazon, like, I'll make an affiliate link. And a lot of people buying stuff in the mechanical keyboard episode, which is pretty neat. 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, 16. 24, 24, 25, 25. This is the Spider Code knife sharpener, which works on non-Spider Code knives. And basically, this is just a sharpening stone. It's not a whetstone. This is just a regular sharpening stone, and it holds it at an angle to make it easier for me to get the perfect edge on the knife without having to have any skill or practice, and makes it harder for me to cut myself, which is relevant. Let's be honest. I cut myself while cleaning up a 3D print a while ago. By the way, if you cut 3D prints, they're real hell on your knives. So if you use knives to clean up your prints, remember to sharpen them more often than you think you need. Oh, hey. Roy Kazitsky, thanks so much for the super chat. Gotta go to work, but thanks for being you, man. I try. I really appreciate the support. This is a 4-step process. Don't worry, we'll be out of this. We'll be out of this soon. I don't plan on sitting here sharpening knives for the entire stream. We want to do 25 strokes with the pointed side. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 24, 25, 25. Then we rotate them, and we do 25 strokes on the flat side. Then we're going to do the same thing with the fine grit finishing stone. There's actually a set of even finer stones if you want to like put a razor's edge on it. But at that point, like you're better off just buying a piece of leather and stropping it. We don't need that. That amount of sharpness doesn't matter because the instant this blade touches a 3D print, it would lose an edge that fine. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I should probably find a question to talk about while we finish the job here. Wolfboy95 says, I've made a 668 after watching my keyboard video. I've remixed it to use a Pi Pico instead of a Teensy. You should share that with Raspberry Pi. You should share that with Hackaday, with Raspberry Pi Foundation themselves, and with Adafruit, because all of them are looking for Raspberry Pi Pico projects, and a lot of people are interested in using Pi Picos and keyboards because they're so much cheaper and easier to get sometimes. They're cheaper and sometimes easier to use than an Arduino Nano. So you should share that with all of them. You will get, I think you'll get featured in some places. Raspberry Pi Foundation themselves, they're always on the lookout for new projects because people tend to use the Raspberry Pis for the same projects over and over again. So they're always looking for fresh stuff. I mean, they were even interested in my Cyber Deck, even though that was really trivial. Like, that wasn't a Raspberry Pi project. That was a 3D printing project. But, yeah, you should totally share it with them. You could ping them on Twitter or just send them an email. There are only, like, 2 people working in their PR department, so I think someone will... And they pay attention. Give them a little pingerino on Twitter. Ah, man. I wish they gave that thing a different name. The SEO isn't that great. You end up finding all kinds of stuff that you don't want when you're searching for Raspberry Pi Pico. I think that's about 20. You don't have to get the perfect number here. It's not going to damage the blade to sharpen it too many times. Let's see. Adam Jorgensen says, "Screw keyboards. I like Nerf guns." I haven't made a Nerf video in a while. Next, I got to make that video on the augmented reality scope. I gave people in my last Nerf video a choice between an augmented reality scope and like a body-mounted wearable blaster, and the clear winner was the scope. Which is neat, which is funny because I actually built that project before. I built a very crude version using an on-screen display generator, like a chip that... You ever see that... like if you look at like security camera footage or something, like old school, and it has like the date and the camera number in that, in the VCR font in the corner, like generally white text with black outline. The reason that all looks the same is because it's being generated by the same chip. It's being generated by a chip made by, I think mine was from Microchip. It's an on-screen display generator. It's what it does. It's all it does. It generates on-screen displays and overlays it onto composite video. And yeah, I used one of those to make a very simple range-finding scope. And the idea is that you tilt the blaster, and this pair of brackets, right, narrow in as you tilt it up. Basically, they narrow in as you tilt it up, and they widen as you tilt it down. And it's calibrated so that when those brackets basically bracket someone's shoulders, if you shoot, it'll probably hit them. It'll arc the shot perfectly to hit about center mass. And basically, we're going to do something, and that was like, I just whacked that together using like a camera from a baby monitor, a display from like some sort of RC car, an on-screen display generator, and the worst accelerometer I've ever seen. And a couple of servos. Servos serve an interesting purpose. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But yeah, we could revisit that using, basically true augmented reality. Like, take everything in from a camera, or we can make it see-through. We could put it in like a reflex sight. Although I don't think it would be easy. It might be easy to register now I'm thinking about it, because the camera and the display and your eye are going to be known distances from each other, which could make it somewhat easier. Yeah, I think I'll just call it an augmented reality scope, because people like the term augmented reality, even though augmented reality is baloney. Alright, let's find something to slice. Come on, where's something sliceable? Alright, here we go. We have a packing list from my 3D printer filaments. Maybe I need to sharpen this thing a bit more. Oh, that's fine. Alright. This is not really a good test of how sharp a knife is. It's just a sanity check. And also, if I feel the blade catching at a certain point, I know that like, there's a burr there. But it seems like we're in good shape. So let's put our toys away and let's clean up some prints and build some electronics. Aw, yeah. Troy Fletcher says, good taste in knives and knife sharpener. CRKT knives are alright. You're definitely to an extent, you're definitely getting what you pay for. I like the shape. I like the blade shape of these knives. I think this one is a great utility blade for general use, opening boxes and, you know, splitting stuff apart. This one is nice and fine. It's one of the smaller and thinner blades that I've found that doesn't slip or snap easily. Although you can see the tip has taken a permanent vacation. I know, it's sad. But yeah, these are the two main knives I use to clean up 3D prints. I don't like using utility knives on 3D prints because I don't like using box cutters on 3D prints because I find the blade's too sharp. It tends to get lodged in the print, and that's a little unsafe when you're removing it. So let's get started. Gotta just trim all the stuff off. The reason why I'm using a brim, I mean, I generally use a brim in all prints, but these ones are especially important because of how thin they are. Anything thin, there isn't enough surface area to keep it properly attached to the bed, so it curls easily. Anything with sharp corners, the corner will curl up because there's tension being put in both. There's tension being put along the walls because that's where the most filament is. Anything flat. Anything with a flat bottom and a little tall is also going to curl like crazy because there's tension pulling it inwards. So yeah, anytime you see that thin geometry, pointy geometry, or flat wide geometry, you're going to need to use a brim to decrease your odds of coming off. Leon, Papa Dimitrio. I tried. That is a very South African name. I appreciate the South African donation. I really enjoy your videos. Your video about finishing more projects really inspired me. Here's some South African money to say thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's always good to hear when people are using my advice to finish their projects, because there isn't a lot of reputable scientific evidence about which techniques lead to projects being done. Like, project management as a field is not so much a science. I wouldn't even so much say it's an art. It's a bit woo. So it's always good to hear when my advice pays off, because I don't have the ability to predict that from the outset. So I really appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. That support really goes a long way to helping support the channel and be able to get stuff for projects. Costs for projects can often spiral out of control. And the war chest is also important to deal with emergencies, so I really appreciate it. Alright, I think this part's looking good. Again, there's certain surfaces that we really have to nail. Like this surface here, we're going to be gluing that onto another piece, so that has to be totally flush. This one is important. We can't have any brim left over here, or it'll get in the way of our glue. So we have to make sure to trim those off. And also any edge that's gonna hit my head, we really do not want that to be sharp, because it'll cut my head, and we don't want that. We want my noggin to be safe and sound. A safe noggin is a happy noggin. You know what noggin means? Originally meant like a mug. And like a noggin was like a drinking mug, sort of like a small beer stein, I guess. And that's why it's called eggnog, because it was a mug of egg drink. It's an egg mug. Little bit of etymology for you. And it got corrupted into the modern word noggin. All right. Don't have to worry so much about cutting the seam off on the inside, but actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we probably do, because we don't want a sharp seam cutting into the battery. I'm always terrified that a wearable device's battery will take damage and light on fire on my head. So gotta be careful. Pays to be cautious. So yeah, now for the tricky part is we got to remove the seam from this wire channel. I should have put like a little wall in here, because the reason why there's a brim on the inside, even though there really shouldn't be, there's a brim on the inside because it doesn't think this is a hole. Basically, the slicer won't draw a brim inside an enclosed hole, but this isn't enclosed, right? See, the slot goes right to the edges, so it thinks it's still the outside and it draws a brim. So yeah, the smart thing to do would be to put a tiny thin layer on the lowest, basically the part that's touching the bed. Put a tiny thin line on it to turn this into an enclosed circle, just to signal to the slicer that this doesn't need a seam. We don't have to get rid of this perfectly, but the less of this brim we have to deal with, the easier it'll be to get the wire in there. Let's see. Did we cut this off or did we just fold it over? I think we just folded it over. Yeah, this is a little bit on the awkward side. Look, it's part of the cleaning up the print. It's part of the fun. The sort of like one of the last steps I do on a print generally. I'm not going to do this on this particular project because this isn't really, so I don't know. I don't see too many people reproducing this, but for a project that I think is going to be reproduced, the last step is to sort of do. It's almost a design for manufacturing pass, right? I think we'll use the hot tool to deal with this. Almost a design for manufacturing pass, right? Like basically make it easier to print without any support material and make it more likely to stay attached to the bed. It's a step that a lot of people don't think. They finish they get the project, it works, and they just move on to the next step, and they upload their file to a site like last week's video sponsor things. But it's not the end of the project. This is really, even I'm guilty of this to an extent. But it's just unprofessional to like basically when you upload an STL, right? The STL file you should design it to use the minimum amount of support. Right? You should design it to have the minimum amount of support. You might even want to include, bake the support into the model. But yeah, and also you have to rotate it so it's ready to print. Like the user shouldn't have to rotate the part, right? Like the user shouldn't be responsible for laying it flat on the bed. You should just be able to drag it into your slicer, hit go, and it will print in the right orientation with a reasonable amount of support material. It just bugs me a little. Like it's just. I don't know. It just shows a lack of consideration for the person who is kind enough and adventurous enough to actually print your thing, because they're taking their time to follow your project. The least you could do is help them. You know how I am about wasting people's time, he said while forcing people to watch him trim the brim off his 3D print. I don't know. I decided to. Usually I do this in advance, but I don't know. Got to experiment a little. I want to see. It's hard to sometimes see what's fun and what's not. Let's see. Is Brooke trying to get my attention? She certainly is. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, nothing. Excellent. AV3570 says, Zach, you have such soft and beautiful hands. I know people often intend that as an insult, but people often intend that as an insult, like, you haven't worked a day in your life. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Because of what I do, I have to take much better care of myself than I'm used to. Like I actually trimmed my beard last night. That's how much I respect you people. But yeah, I have to keep my hands in fairly good condition because people look at them. It's remember, people are always going to focus on the. People are always going to focus. That's the way of saying it. You can ruin an entire smorgasbord by putting a single cockroach on it. People will always focus on things that gross them out, and will at the expense of everything else. So if my hands look like booty ass, no one will pay attention to my projects because they'll be too busy looking at my hands. So it's important, not from an aesthetic perspective, from a practical perspective. I want people to get the value out of the video, right? I have to keep myself in a little better shape. It's always, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it's always good to present yourself well, but it's part of the, it's pragmatic in content. You want people paying attention to what you're doing and what you're saying, not the shape of your hair or the state of your cuticles. Yep. Yeah, no, a lot of people, you know, even I used to act like, oh, I'm above such things as, like, I'm not gonna take, I don't have to take care of myself. I'm gonna, like, what the part of me that matters is my mind. Like, all right, yeah, but no one's gonna pay attention to that if they're too busy. No one's gonna pay attention to that if, like, you know, your nails look like they've been chewed on by a band of roving beavers. Sorry if was that ableist against nail chewing? I don't think so. Is that a disability? I don't think it is. There we go. Yeah, I'm still dialing in the first layer on this. The first layer is mashed down a little too hard. I think I might have the flow multiplier. Oh, come on, get out of there. I might have the flow multiplier in the first layer set too high. I think I might have set it with a 0.4mm nozzle, and I ran this off with a 0.6mm nozzle. That's another thing I recommend. By the way, if you want to be a real badass, whenever you have to pick a dimension, try to make the dimension a multiple of 1.2. Yeah. Try to make it a multiple of 1.2, or at the very least a multiple of a multiple of 0.6, because that maxes out the chances that no matter what kind of nozzle the person has. So the most common nozzles, right? Partner, 0.4 and 0.6. So a 0.4 and 0.6. Now, most people's slicers, even if you've never modified this, your slicer is probably set to draw slightly wider lines than that, right? Like usually, you know, if it's 0.6, usually it's like an extra 10% or so. Like if your nozzle is 0.6, your slicer is set to draw lines that are, you know, 0.65. But it can still draw thinner lines. So by making your geometry multiples of 1.2, it increases the chances that your basically that part will be made of nothing but walls, will be as strong as possible. 2 walls, a thin space with infill, and 2 walls is weaker than 4 walls. So you actually make it, so sometimes you can actually make it stronger and easier to print by making it solid. And this goes in the Z direction too, because the most common layer heights are 0.15 and 0.2. So by making your Z details at least 0.6, you guarantee it's an integer number of layers and it prints predictably. How about them apples? It's just an extra mark that shows that you're thinking ahead to how you expect people to use your designs. Just a little bit of extra, you know, like consideration for the user. A little bit of developer experience, if you will. It is so hard to get this piece of brim out. After breaking through that print and ending up in the urgent care a few weeks ago, I am trying to be so careful. That was an experience I never want to repeat. Yeah, this is the cut. You can see the scar right here. Luckily it missed everything important. Like, okay, sure, it wasn't that lucky because, you know, I did stab myself and end up in urgent care. But yeah. For those of you outside the U.S., urgent care is like, it's like the place where you go. It's like the place where you go and you don't think it's so. Place where you go and you don't think it's so serious that you want to risk the bill at the emergency room. The bill and the wait. Yeah. Luckily it wasn't that bad. But it could have been much worse. whenever you're cutting a print, you have to make sure that your fingers aren't in the way of the blade, even if there's a print in the way, because it can punch through the print, especially along layer lines. I learned that the hard way, and that is a lesson I'm never gonna forget. All right, let's see. We only got two pieces. Let's see. We got this piece left, and then a small piece. Yeah, the reason I want to trim this first is because we're going to use this to size the wires. Right, we have wires that run from the, see, like look how I'm holding this. I'm trying to make sure that, so I'm going to be cutting it along here. I'm trying to make sure that my knuckles are nowhere close to the geometry. You always cut away from yourself. We all know that, but yeah. If you're applying downward force, you don't want to have anything under it, because it can punch through your part and hurt you. We don't want that. Safety. GWR Film says, thank God for the NHS. You better be voting your friggin' faces off and choosing your representatives well, because there is tremendous incentive to compromise the NHS. The NHS is like a British National Health Service. It's like the British administration that runs their state-sponsored healthcare. And there's tremendous incentive to undermine it. It's like the post office, right? Like if you want to make UPS, and FedEx a ton of money, right? You get elected, you take control of the post office, and you make it suck. So so competition takes over, and FedEx and UPS get more business. And there's a lot. Let me tell you, as an American, there's a lot of money in healthcare. So, yeah, just because you have an institution, don't expect it to stay. You gotta support it. You gotta support it with votes, with your votes and your activism. Nathan Almeida, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. I really appreciate it. I was checking the start of the stream. Arduino IDE, single page code. Go VS Code and Platformio, or go home. You'll thank me later. I hate setting up tool chains. Setting up tool chains can waste so much time. Once I manage to get a piece of code uploaded to a platform, I'm going to keep using whatever that solution was forever, because setting up new tool chains is literally the worst. I have wasted so much of my life setting up and fighting with tool chains. Arduino works. That's all I need. Also, Arduino sketches aren't that complex. Like, sure, the Singularitron code spiraled out of control, but that is not that's not typical. The Singularitron has the biggest code base of any Arduino project I've ever made, at somewhere around 10,000 to 10 to 15,000 lines, depending on whether you think white space is lines. But that's by far the number one. I think the number two is closer to 2,000. Yeah, if I'm running very complicated code, then it's usually I'm usually at that point going to end up switching to something that runs a full embedded operating system, so that I can develop it in Python. CircuitPython and MicroPython aren't the same. They aren't the same. Although I am increasingly impressed by them. Yeah, their Adafruit Discord is very active. I gotta give it a shot. The other thing is that most people use the Arduino IDE, but I don't believe Platformio. I think you need Visual Studio to open projects. Like, you can edit the projects in other things, but you're gonna have to set up your own makefile, I think. And yeah, I think that's too much of a burden to ask other people who want to use my project to install Visual Studio, because it's only, I don't think you can get it for, can you get it for Mac and Linux? I don't think you can get it for Mac and Linux. I thought Visual Studio is Windows only. And on top of that, it's a very large program. Not to mention, a lot of school computers have Arduino a lot of school computers are cleared to install Arduino, but not Visual Studio. I gotta give it a shot, though. There are other features. like the main feature Arduino doesn't have is is like debugging. It doesn't have like code stepping or the ability to set watch points and break points and just the other stuff that you want for big boy development. And that can be a real problem. So yeah. Though then again, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, there's a lot to think about because, on the other hand, I don't think I'm ever going to make projects that complicated again. Because if a project is so complicated that it could develop an error or it could develop a bug that I would need. Basically, because I'm developing projects on such a tight time frame now, if I'm running into a problem that I think will only be resolved by like setting watch points and stuff, I might just abandon the project or cut that feature, because yeah, like time is tight. Yeah, as you'll see when we're coding today, assuming we get to that, the focus is always on finish it faster, which I don't think is a terrible approach in general. I think should always be for hobby projects especially, in my opinion. Like, I've made this very clear that I think speed is the #1 priority. Sometimes in a professional context you can't do that. Like, sometimes unfortunately in professional context you've been given a list of features from on high and you don't get to choose whether you implement them. But when you have control over the project, it's better to cut features than to struggle with them, because the longer it takes you to finish the project, the higher chance that, I don't know, like your kid gets the stomach flu, or your dog starts ripping the couch apart, your car's alternator dies, and whoop, there goes your project time. That project's never going to get done. Yep. So yeah, but especially if you're a YouTuber, you got to get things done now, if not sooner. Trying to get these last bits of cruft out of there. All right, I think it's about where we want it. Let's tidy up a little bit. Oh, what? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Are we having buffering? Are we having trouble here? It says the stream status is poor. What's going on? What's going on here? I think this is on YouTube side. I'm uploading at a firm 5 megabytes per second. And let's bear with me one sec. I'm going to check what Brooke has to say. All right. Looks like we had a momentary slowdown. We dropped a few frames. Let's see. The Logan, thanks a lot for the generous super chat. I really appreciate it. Mitsuo level, thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. I appreciate it. I went to the ER after 1 hour of choking in an ambulance ride. Finally got it up on the ride too. 2 hours wait in the hull and numb me and send me home. $600 bill. Turns out I have an autoimmune disease. If you only got charged $600, you got off real easy. Whew, you got some quality insurance there. But yeah, oh man. Well, it sucks about the disease. I hope it is easy to manage. I hope it is easy to manage. Looks like the stream is back to normal. I think that episode. I think the problem is on YouTube's side. Nothing. Let's see. Yeah, our router logs aren't showing anything. Router logs aren't showing anything out of the ordinary. So, yeah, it might have been just a service disruption or like a load spike or something. Yeah, we dropped 387 frames, so that means 10 seconds of buffering. So, yeah, if it's stuttering a little bit, we'll open up my diagnostics and we'll figure it out. But oh, hey, yeah, looks like we're buffering a little bit. What's going on here? Yeah, my system is showing a firm 5.5 megabytes per second up. So I think this issue is happening on YouTube's side. It's really odd. Oh, yeah, we are having some trouble, huh? Let's see. The problem is probably with connectivity. Stan, hang on a second. Let's switch back over here. What's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, is Dropbox getting in the way? I think Dropbox is getting in the way. That's weird. Dropbox is usually very well behaved. Let's get that out of there. Huh. Come on. Yeah, I think. Let's see. Dropbox is causing some problems. Looks like Edge is causing some problems. That's weird. Is one of my tabs mining Bitcoin? Is someone mining Bitcoin with one of my tabs? All right, we got that out of there. Why is Edge still using bandwidth? Dropbox is still using bandwidth too. Let's hang on one sec. What's going on here? OBS is going fine. All right. I think we're good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Looks like one of the tabs in Edge went crazy, and Dropbox started syncing files. Neither of those should do that. Fusion 360 too. 8.2 Fusion. Let's close Fusion. Yeah, these programs are usually pretty well behaved, yeah. So let's get back to the fun. Meatsroll Level, thank you so much for the super chat. Just can't eat gluten, milk, or eggs, and take some pills. What does that mean? I missed something. I missed something. Edge is not that bad. I switched to Edge because Google was appearing in the news with relating to China a little too often. China. So I've been trying out Edge, and I'm pretty impressed. Next step is to migrate my email off of Gmail. So all right, looks like our connection's solid again. We've got the resource monitor open, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. And if anything starts using up too much of my bandwidth, then we're going to have a problem. So, okay, we've got our parts. Let's see, we've got our parts set. Let's find our. Here we go. We got our feather. This is going to be a microcontroller. The Adafruit Feather is a microcontroller with built-in Bluetooth Low Energy and a battery charge controller. Let me actually turn this like so. There we go. Let's get the mic actually pointed at me, make my sound a little better. A lot of people are recommending Proton Mail. Might give that a shot. I think with email, it might be smarter to run my own server. Because, I don't know if Amazon has the ability to look into, I don't think Amazon has the ability to decrypt AWS instance data. But you never know, I guess. It's not open source software, so it's worth a look. I'll probably keep one Gmail account open because, of course, there has to be one attached to the YouTube account, but nothing forces you to, use it. ShinyPot08 says Brave is safe Google. A lot of people have recommended Brave. I gave it a shot. I wasn't impressed with the performance. I found it a little on the slow side. So how is this going to go? So this goes, let's see. So these go these pieces go like so. And they connect to here. So this is where the magic is going to happen right here. So we've got, let's see. So this is going to be upside. Before I had to upside down before. That was the first thing we did yesterday is flip this back over. So I'm going to quickly put this in here. just to keep it safe. I don't like the idea that it's flapping around loose like this. Looks like we still have a little bit. It's not fitting. We still have a little bit to trim off. Oh my. It's part of the fun, isn't it? Let's see. We've got this here. Being very careful. Very careful not to trim the brim off of my hand. All right, let's put this here. I'm going to be very gentle with it. Let's see. Come on. These ribbon cables are super fragile. Every time I have to work with them, I am just pooping bricks continuously. What's going on here? Why isn't this going in? What's going on? Is there still... It doesn't feel like there's still a seam there. I didn't change a dimension. Is this too short now? That's weird. Maybe I changed some dimensions. Wouldn't that suck if we had to reprint all of this? That'll make it impossible to finish this project today, wouldn't it? Let's see. Come on. Get in there. Oh, yeah, that's really weird. It's not fitting. Huh. Alright, I'll set these knives aside. I'm going to move this over here, and I'm just going to grab an X-Acto and we'll try to clean this up a little more precisely. Where is the good one? Here. No, this one's got a little scalpel blade. Now this is the one I use for cleaning up minis. And I know, oh yep, we're losing all our viewers. That's what happens. You stall out and everyone leaves. Unfortunately, like, today's goal is to finish a project, so... Today's goal is to finish a project, and if finishing the project involves some setbacks and some do-overs, then unfortunately that's the way we gotta play it. So we're gonna try to, so I'm gonna use the knife to cut off a bit more here, and hopefully that opens up enough space that we can get that wire in there. You know, you gotta leave... It's smart to leave, like, you know, some relief for for wires and stuff, but there's a limit, right? Because, you know, if you make your geometry too wide, you can actually, you know, you can make it so wide that it doesn't hold the parts in position, which kind of defeats the whole purpose, doesn't it? Let me grab one of my... I bought some needle files at Horrible Fright, so let's use that to file off the corners. I think maybe the corner might have been getting in the way. There we go. There we go. Yes. Being very careful not to cut my hand. And don't worry. I have a first aid kit right. I have a first aid kit right in the next room over. So if something does go wrong, you guys and gals will not have to see any blood. We'll have that covered up in a jiffy. So let's see. Come on, a little bit. All right, let's see if this fits any better. Actually, you know what? Let's actually open up the compartment here a bit. Problem with using PLA here is that it gives us a limited ability to sand anything. So you can't really like sand or file PLA. It just kind of balls up. Gets weird. Be careful here. So yeah, a knife is really cutting it off or melting it is really our only option. If this gives us any more trouble, then we'll heat up the print 3, like, what's it called, like the this guy. We'll heat up the Modify 3D. That's right. We'll heat up the Modify 3D, and it's like a sort of like a soldering iron designed for melting and working with 3D prints. And we'll fire that up and use that. The knife isn't as precise. It makes a huge mess. It's not as precise as a sharp knife, because it's a hot knife. It kind of melts the plastic and shifts it around. I don't know why this isn't fitting. This is really weird. Because I didn't change these dimensions. Maybe there's a little bit of extra plastic here. Let's cut that off. It's always kind of awkward with wearable stuff like this because the dimensions have to be thin and tight. Oh, is there a piece of support material in there? Is that what's going on? Let's get that in there. See if I can use this to. Yep. Oh, that was a problem right there. Yep. Yeah, a little bit of support material we didn't remove. That's the problem right there. Yeah, I should have used support enforcers for this. Support enforcers is a feature in Prusa Slicer and its forks. That's fork, I guess. That basically it doesn't put support material down automatically. Like, you are the one who places the support material. I am the one who supports. So yeah, that helps because some drawing in some models the slicer will put support material in just really bizarre places, and I don't always get the logic. One day I gotta take a look at the code from a slicer. I gotta take the look at some at the code from a slicer to figure out exactly like how it decides like where to place stuff like supports, because once you know the rules, then you can manipulate them. All right, there we go. Yeah, you can see that the it has to kind of buckle a little bit in order to fit, because I made this deliberately short to give myself a little bit of slack. So you can see that the cables have to bunch up and buckle a tiny bit. This doesn't look like it's seated all the way. Is it seated all the way? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm going to put, let's see, does this also have support material in the same place? It sure does. Sure does. Close call. I'm gonna put this other half down just to protect the display. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, a little bit of support material. It's gonna really urinate in our cornflakes. Let's get in here. It looks like we have some super chats. Thank you very much. You folks have been very generous today. Meat swirl level. For my autoimmune disease, I can't have gluten, eggs, or milk and I have to take some pills. Sorry if the spacing of the super chats is confusing you. Yep. Well, at least you have a handle on what the condition is. Although, man, those are some things to not be able to eat. Oh man, I feel for you. Life without cheese. You're gonna make Brooke cry. Well, I hope it's easy to manage, and I hope you stay safe, sound, and healthy. Let's get this out of here so that we can actually fit the display in the little display holder. And Bitmonger, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Found your channel while attempting to transition from a software developer to a freelance prototyper. Any advice, or should I run for the hills and start a YouTube channel? I love the streams and channel. Oh man, this is a tough question to answer because like I used to do prototypes. But I couldn't find clients. That's why I started doing YouTube in the first place. It all comes down to whether the clients are there. If you live in a city with a big startup arts, engineering, music, just, like large scenes that involve electronics, and it's and it has like a culture that lets you break into it, right? Like, in all those things were in New York, right? And the culture is easy to break into because New York has a lot of meetups and other things. It's not. I know in the tech sector in California, it relies more heavily on exclusive events, like handpicked hangouts, invite only things. So it's very hard to break into. But yeah, look, even if there's nothing in your city, you can try using a site. You can try finding work online, like freelance, like whatever freelance.com is calling itself now. But when it comes to building stuff, physical proximity is a distinct upside. Remember that it takes time to ship things, and clients don't care, right? Like, if it takes, like 3 days to ship something to most of your clients, you have to speed your process up by 6 days. And I say 6 because it's 3 days there and 3 days back. So if they have to return anything, you know, that's on you. So yeah, if you can find the clients, then feel free to go for it. I think it's, I don't know, at least from my judgment, from my personal operation here, is that the pandemic is still in effect, and not only is it harder to actually schmooze with clients, but I don't think people are investing as much. I think people are waiting out the pandemic before they start, you know, making new consumer products and stuff. This is jamming up on something. What is going on here? This is getting caught. Oh man, these ribbon cables scare the hell out of me. We can destroy the white ribbon cable. It's fine. If the white ribbon cable takes too much damage and rips, we have a little bit of, I don't think it's support. I think it's just ooze or something. Yeah, if the white ribbon cable dies, then that's fine. If the gold ribbon cable does, though, like if the display breaks, then we're in trouble, because this is just sort of our prototype. Remember, I need to get footage of assembling this thing. Yeah, I need to get footage of assembling this thing. So if we rip this cable, I now can't build this on stream because I'm gonna have to take video of it. Or I guess we can build on stream, but it's gonna be awkward as heck. Let's trim off a little more of our brim. Give ourselves the best possible odds. Woof, woof. Man, Justin S says, been here since 8K, and I'm so surprised how quick the channel has grown. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, most of the growth of the channel has happened in the past. Haven't had big bumps of numbers lately. Clearly, I'm losing my touch, and I'm washed up has-been. I appreciate it. I think we just got very lucky with a few of our earliest videos. I'm waiting for another game to come along that kind of becomes the next Among Us in real life, or the next game or movie or something or other. I don't want that to take over the channel, because the reproduction projects aren't creative in the strictest sense of the word. But still, it would be nice to get one of things like that. Make the channel they make the channel more approachable to folks who don't already make stuff, and it's important to reach out to new makers, just the same as it's important to do stuff that existing makers will appreciate. We don't want everything to be baby beginner mode, but at the same time, we got to give people an on-ramp. Folks don't just wake up one day and say, like, I want to learn how to program microcontrollers. Like, they don't just wake up one day and are like, I want to use every 3D printer filament. No, you need to use it. You need that information. That's what makes it fun. So we got to have something that gets videos to get people into it. Why isn't this thing closing? Oh my god, why does everything have to be so friggin' hard all the time? That's one thing that like when you're building projects a lot, whether it's for fun or if you're a freelancer or if you're a YouTuber, the one thing that just grinds on you after a while is that everything fights you when you're building stuff, right? Like everything fights you. Projects don't want to be made. Like, the world doesn't like you modifying it. Projects don't want to be made. They have to be forced. So everything will cause problems, right? Your 3D printer clogs. You make a mistake with your modeling. Your cable doesn't want to fall into place. Everything has to be forced, kicking and screaming into the way you want it. And that can get, let me tell you, that gets annoying after a while. Especially when you have to build project after project. Because it's just, you spend most of your time frustrated. Let's see, so let's be very careful here. And what sucks about this in particular is that even though we're like really fighting with this thing, I'm gonna have to open this thing up in a few minutes so we can glue it back together. So like we're gonna have to do this again. It's the nature of the game, I'm afraid. If you want things to be easy to do, then this is the wrong hobby. Why isn't this closing? What's this catching on? What is this stuck on? It's not even wiggling towards it, so it must be stuck on something big. Let's see, it's going to be on this side. All right. All we're doing is protecting this, so I think we can leave that for now. I'm just going to put some rubber bands on it to hold it together. All right, let's see what's going on. See what's going on here. Stone Chat says, find a popular game from Twitch and make something from it. Aerorator says, computer programs don't want to be programmed either. They fight me constantly. It's all battles and cursing. That's right. Things don't want to be made. You are you're compelling something to work against its will. And I don't know. I think a part of it is just giving up on this idea that it's going to be fun, or that it's going to be easy. Like once you just give up on the idea that you're going to hit your schedules and that things are going to be easy and satisfying, it becomes a lot more mentally. That's a way of saying it. It clears your mind, I guess, is a good way of saying it. Like if you go in thinking I'm going to finish this project today, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. But if you're going in saying, I'm going to go as far as I can on this project, then it'll be a lot less frustrating as things go wrong. So, yeah, we need to figure out how long our wires have to be. So this is going to go here. This is going to go here. We don't care about that. This is the piece we care about. So this guy, hopefully this fits without snapping anything off. Come on. Hopefully this fits without snapping anything. What's going on? Why isn't this going in? Are we gonna snap something? Looks like the overhang here is causing problems. So let's file that down. This isn't gonna work very well because this is PLA. That's fine. I guess we could fire up the 3D print tool, but yeah. Mectron47, video idea, make a tutorial on how to set the correct settings for different types of prints. That is something that would make more sense to do once the channel gets big enough that I can hire editors and make multiple videos a week. Because I think that's the type of thing that would be extremely useful, right? Like, I would want a video like that. But I don't know how it would make it fun for people who have no intention, who have no knowledge of 3D printers and have no intention of ever doing a print. Remember, every video I make has to be both, in addition to all the useful stuff, right? The stuff you learn, the projects you learn how to make, the stuff that I make and share with the community. In addition to all of that, most of my viewers have and will never have any interest in making stuff. So it's important that it be not just watchable, but top quality for them. Cause, like on YouTube, it's not even enough to, it's not even enough for your videos to be good. They have to be world class. You're competing with literally everything humanity has ever produced. So, yeah, it makes certain very technical video ideas fundamentally impractical. Although an idea like that would be awesome if I had the ability to make multiple videos. There we go. If I had the ability to make multiple videos simultaneously, like I had, come on, gently. Like if I had like external, like an outsourced editor or something. Basically, if I could have multiple videos made simultaneously, that would be great. Because then I could put that on a second channel and give people the information they need to finish their projects, while still making the rest of the videos fun for people who have no intention of ever building projects themselves. Yeah, the data and the analytics in the channel back this up. More technical videos tend not to do too well because I can't think of. It's a way of saying it. Like the number of jokes that I have to make instead of just making interesting stuff becomes a little too high. We're working on it though. I've had that idea for TikTok. Okay, so this is approximately, this is about where we want this. Let's prop this up with something. Here we go. Yeah, let's prop this up. All right, so this is about where we want it. And how is this going to go? This has to have the USB port facing this way. This has to slide in like so. Yep. There we go. All right. So we need to get some wires. Pardon me. Where are our wires? I think so. For this one, we really should be using solid wire, but I don't have very thin solid wire. So we are going to use some silicone wire. I love silicone wire. It's more expensive. It's much more expensive than your standard PVC wire. But the advantage is that it's super flexible. It's also heat proof, but that doesn't really figure into projects too often. So let's see. So what we want to make these wires at least this long. So I'm just hold still. I'm basically just test fitting the wires to get just a rough idea of how long they have to be. We can and will cut them down later, and we want to leave some slack to make it easier to service the thing. But we still want to make sure we're in the right ballpark. Wire is not unlimited. We don't want to waste it if we can avoid it. All right, so we want it to be in the neighborhood of this long. So I'm going to actually cut this a bit longer. And yeah, so it looks like, so here's here we go. Here is our proof of concept. You can see there are a lot of wires here, but most of them you see are ground wires. There are a whole bunch of these pads that have to be pulled down to ground. We aren't going to run wires for those. Instead, we're going to just bridge those together on the board itself. Make life a little easier. So we don't need this anymore. Let's cut some more wires. Okay, so what are we going to need? We're going to need one power. We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. So I think the analog pins are the ones we don't care about. So we want 1, 2, 3 signal wires. We got 2 for this is a spy device. We have MOSI and clock. There's no MISO. We're not listening to anything this has to say. So all right, so we need 2 of these wires here. I'm gonna try to use the same color code. This is generally what I like to color code stuff because it makes debugging a lot easier. Yeah. This is Adrian asks, what's this supposed to do? This is a heads-up display using a transparent OLED, and it's a variety of wearable computer that a lot of people have wanted me to build because it looks really sick. I'm going to change the. I don't have the right wires for color coding, so we're gonna get a little creative here. This project itself doesn't really have a purpose so much. It's just it's more to what's the way of saying it? More to teach some properties, right? Like I'm basically just building it because a lot of people have asked me about it, and I want to explore how well it would work. I don't actually think it's going to work very well, although I'll leave the deeper explanation of that to the video, because that's basically what the video will be about. But who knows? We might be pleasantly surprised. JWR Films, thank you so much for the super chat. What's been your favorite project yet that you can tell us about? I'm controlling lights and fans in my enclosure using a microbit. It's almost done. That's a pretty neat project. My favorite project? I mean, they're all my babies, but everyone's got their favorite baby. My PC, possibly. PC is up there. I really liked my old PC. It's too bad it didn't make it. The new one has treated me very well though. So it could be the PC. The thing I love about the PCs is that I can actually use them. They don't like sit on a shelf until I'm ready to run them. They PC, it actually helps me on a daily basis. So could be the PC. Yeah. The channel itself is a project. Like, that's kind of a wishy-washy baloney answer, though. I don't know. I like a lot of projects. There are a lot of good ones. Somatic is pretty cool. That's definitely my coolest looking project. Optigon, of course. I mean, the Optigon changed how. That didn't just. Man, the Optigon completely changed how the channel was run. That had a tremendous effect on the show that became what you're seeing right now. Because without that, acting as a teleprompter, I wouldn't be able to make my script so intricate. So I couldn't rely so much on jokes and wittiness. I would have to change how I wrote my scripts to make them easier to memorize. So I don't know. There are a lot of projects. The Pimp Scope. I mean, can't forget the Pimp Scope. The Pimp Scope's great. The Pimp Scope is just one of my, like, that has a special place in my heart because of how friggin' hard it was. That was the hardest I've ever worked for anything in my life. Like, by far. By far. I was working, worked to the point of burnout, and then I put in another 2 weeks. It was to the point, like, I had to finish it before we moved. It was bananas. The fact that I got that thing done was miraculous. And now it looks even better because we spent a few streams redesigning it. I think it looks sick now. It looks sick. Pimp Scope. That's right. What do we got here? Let's see. Looks like our connection is still going strong. Good. Good. Yes. S2S, question about the Pimp Scope. Are you going to use it now, or is it just a one-time thing? No, the intention is definitely to use it. I didn't... Well, let me brighten this up a little bit. Yes, the intention of the Pimp Scope was definitely to use it. The reason why I wanted to finish the Pimp Scope in particular, instead of using the Keysight scope that I was running before, is that I haven't had time to set this up yet. But I should be able to stream the screen of the oscilloscope. It has network functionality, and I'm pretty sure you can. Pretty sure I can use that. Get in there. Pretty sure I can use that to stream the screen over the internet, and I think that's important because it's impractical for me to set up an over-the-shoulder camera that I'm going to be bumping into constantly just to look at my test equipment. So yes, I will use that a lot. I just haven't had a project that needed it. Yeah, let me actually drop this down a little bit. I am Scott Roscoe Gillen asks, "Do you want to pimp my Rigel scope?" My scope pimping days are behind me. That project traumatized me. I do not. That's the other reason why I wanted to rebuild it, so I never have to do it again. My scope pimping days are behind me. Been there, done that. It was, yeah. That was like a borderline traumatic experience. Oh man. I worked until I was like passing out on my feet. The fact that I managed to finish that is a miracle. The project had so many setbacks. It's just, oh man, what a project. That thing was nuts. Got the video, I had to whack the video together in like a day. The water cool. Toby or not says, never forgot the forbidden water cooling sausage. Yep. Yep. So, basically, finished the scope, recorded the video. We immediately, and I mean immediately, had to pack up and move. Like finished filming, right? Brooke went off to sync up the footage, and I immediately started boxing things up. And yeah, pretty much as soon as the video was done, basically we finished the video, right? Got it approved, uploaded it, and then the next day we were on the road. When I say we finished it at the last minute, we finished it at the last minute. yeah, it gave us 1 day to it gave us 1 day to pack up the entire workshop, and that was the day we were moving. So yeah, it was tough. What this meant was that I didn't have the ability to properly strip down that oscilloscope, because when you're moving around when you're moving a water cooling project, especially if you're not planning on using it for a while, you should strip it all the way down, remove all the pipes, right? Like clean out every drop of fluid, and I didn't. So it ended up having residue in it, and it caused the anti-kink coils that let us make sharper turns to rust, and they look like sausages. So yeah, it's pretty sick. AV3570 says, "What kind of scope would you recommend for budget benches?" I don't recommend a budget bench at all. Electronics is an expensive hobby. I don't think you can do it effectively on a tight budget. I would say instead get in deep with a local hackerspace, and if there isn't a local hackerspace, form one. I think that'll be a better use of your money. Give you access to better tools. I also think a scope is the first thing you should get. Honestly, I don't know. Like a decent scope is like $800, and that is by no means budget. I think you'd probably be better off just not building projects that need a scope. Gabriel Santos, thanks a lot for the super chat and for the banana emoji. Jared Inya Aga says, "What's a good starter scope then?" There is no such thing as a starter scope. It is an advanced piece of test equipment. It's not like a 3D printer where you can get something janky for $250 at Micro Center. Like, it's a complex and precise piece of test equipment. They're not easy to use. They are not cheap. Like, you could try look, you could try scouring scouring Craigslist, or get in touch with your with a local college or something and try to get a used one. But I don't know, like at one point, like I don't know. I used to use a Rigel 2045 that I modified, that I upgraded to have all like the features and stuff, but that was that's what you call an entry level scope. But I think that was like $1,000. Like I know, like, look, I know the way YouTube works. Everything is like what can you do with $50? Like, what can you make with $100? But like, some things are just expensive. Like, an oscilloscope is the most precise piece of electronics you'll ever own. It has to be more precise than your PC. It's like think about it. You're expecting this thing to take like 200 million. You want this analog digital converter to resolve voltages down to like 0.1%, 200 million times a second. Like, that's not cheap. Yeah. Innis3322 asks, should you start with a logic analyzer? Absolutely. You can get very affordable logic analyzers, and if the circuits you build are mostly digital, a quality multimeter and a quality logic analyzer will do the same will perform well for you. I got a Saley Logic. The software isn't great, but the hardware is fine. It's around $200, and that gives you 8. I think mine gives 8 channels. Decodes all the decodes all of the protocols. Like, you can basically the way those work is it doesn't display it live. Instead, it captures for a while and then you analyze it later. And that's still fine. Like, if a chip isn't working, right, you can see, okay, what's the problem? Like, maybe it'll show you, like, maybe the clock signal isn't lining up properly. Maybe it's sending it the wrong baud. Maybe you're getting traffic in but not out. So that can work. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you really want a protocol sniffer even on an oscilloscope, because everything's digital now. Akelia, thank you so much for the super chat. 100 minutes in, and the solder iron is out. A speed record from stream start to first item on checklist. I try to jump into the project, but sometimes I don't want to put literally everything on the to-do list. There's usually like a small amount of prep work to do that takes about an hour. Yeah, that's a small amount. It's only 20%. Okay. So we got our wires, so let's switch back over to the overhead camera and let's solder them up to our driver board. This is the part where I have to undo all that hard work I just did and pop this back open. Yeah. This is a video. Oh man. I've been thinking of one of the first video ideas for the channel was basically an exploration of the fact that electronics is an expensive hobby. And, like, it's not... Yeah, electronics is just an expensive hobby. But I figure, I don't know, I don't think I can do that as a video. I think I'd get canceled. Because, you know, it's 2021, like, everything is supposed to be accessible to everyone, you know? Like, it's not right to tell people... Like, I guess some people say it's not right to tell people these days, you can't afford this. Instead, you say, oh, here's this cheap import. But electronics is an expensive hobby. You are already you're already operating under so many constraints that trying to budget down to the dollar your materials and your equipment, you know, look, I know it's doable because people do it, but I couldn't possibly do that. So I was thinking of doing a video on that, sort of like why are electronics expensive? And I guess like there's a counterpart to it, like, you know, if you can't afford to build electronics, what should you do instead? Like if you want to be you're interested in making, but electronics is a little too spendy. Like 3D printing, for instance, that's much more approachable and affordable hobby. I don't let's put it this way, like, I don't recommend, like, when people ask, like, what's the best cheap printer, I always say, like, don't get a cheap printer if you can afford a less cheap one, but a cheap printer is doable, right? Like, you know, a $250 printer, like, it's going to be harder to use than a Prusa, but it's not going to be impossible. But, like, very few of my projects cost only $250. Like, even this project right here, like, you've already seen $150 of materials. Like, it's an expensive hobby. And, you know, you could save money by importing stuff, but then you pay for it in time. Like, when you build a project and you're waiting 3 weeks for stuff to show up, your project might end up being on back burner for 2 to 4 months, just waiting for things to arrive. Like, good luck. Yeah. It's funny that I say this though, because there are like, I'm sure that I'm seeing in chat there are lots of people who are like $250. I'm gonna look and make sure. I'm just gonna scroll back and check that everything is behaving nicely before we move further. But yeah, so hang on one sec. I'm just gonna. One of these wires came loose. I don't remember where it came from. Or does it matter? I don't think it matters. Let's there's one way to find out, right? Let's plug this thing in and see if it works. Let's plug this guy in and see if it works. If it works, then our wiring is good. If it doesn't work, our wiring is not. Okay, this works, so our wiring is good. Ender, Cohen Carnell says Ender 3 is down to like $170 these days. That's crazy. That's crazy. 3D printing has become way much more approachable. Okay, so we want to replicate this on this using our new wires. Let's move this out of here. We don't need the rubber bands anymore. Dropped a wire on the floor. Let's pick that guy up. Anyways, I say electronics is expensive, but oh man, compared to some other hobbies, like anyone who's, for instance, anyone who's into photography, right? Anyone who's into photography, for instance, I think photography is the quintessential expensive hobby. One of my lenses was $400, and that was used. And it's not even a phenomenal lens. That's one lens. Like, for people who are really into photography and have like a collection of lenses, you know, lots of accessories, a collection of camera bodies, that, you know, it's not unreasonable for a decent mid-range camera collection, photography collection, to cost $10,000-$20,000. And yeah, hell, even if like your interest is fashion, right? Even if it's just building out your wardrobe and getting your drip on, it's not that hard to end up spending spending $4,000 or $5,000 a year on clothes. So, like, on the whole, electronics isn't that expensive of a hobby. But compared to some other DIY hobbies, compared to what people wish it was, it's expensive. So which of these have to be connected together? So all of these here, let's see, this is ground. This one's supposed to be here, but all of these, this one here, we're gonna get rid of this. We don't care about it. Get out of here. But all of these guys we have to bust these together to ground. So I should probably grab some wire. I'm thinking, what's the best way to do this? Do we want to... let me think here. Oh, hey, JWR Films, thanks so much for the £5. How about an RPi project for under 100 quid or bucks with a soldering iron? My videography stuff is super expensive. So here's the problem, right? I could build... Alright, here's the problem. Yes, I could do that. Like, I could go to Harbor Freight and get cheap gear, and I could, make something with cheap parts like a Raspberry Pi and whatnot. Like, I know I could do that. But if you're new to the hobby, you can't design a project in the abstract, right? Like, you're too new. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to buy parts just to experiment with them. You're going to buy parts that don't work. You're going to buy one display, it won't work, so you have to buy a second display. You'll blow up you'll rip a part off and you'll have to replace it. That is a brutal set of constraints to work under when you're still learning the ropes. You can't make mistakes. You have to design everything on paper first. That's hard. I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, that is taking what's already a blistering learning curve and making it unforgiving as well. Like, so it's possible, but I could not in good faith recommend that anyone actually, do so. So let's see, this one is going to ground. I gotta be careful here because I can't mix up the pins are going to ground with the pins I actually care about. So, alright, so this one here is... Why is... This one's going to pin 27. Is it supposed to go to pin 27? Let me open my sketch back up. Let's open up my sketch and take a look at my pin assignments. Where did I... Oh, did I... Alright, it looks like I closed it. Yeah, look, you can do... Oh, no. Backblaze started backing up. Why do you do this? Stop backing up. It's not supposed to. Bear with me one sec. I have to get... Jesus Christ. Backblaze is not supposed to run while I'm using a lot of bandwidth, but it does anyways, and I am going to uninstall it. I'm paying a tremendous amount of money to back all my stuff up off-site, but this software, I just can't get it to stop running while I'm streaming, and that makes it fundamentally unworkable. So we're going to have to find another off-site backup system. Oh, I got my chair caught in the light. There we go. I don't know how that happened. Got our chair caught in the light. Okay, so we need to go to our downloads folder, and inside there we should have the sample script. Where is it? Here we go. Arduino example. I think this is it. Let me check the README. Yep, for transparent display. Let's open this up. And I think there's wiring. I think there's a wiring diagram in there. I need to make sure. Oh, it's open on the other monitor. Why? Why does everything have to go wrong every time? Yeah, this is the wrong diagram on it. So bear with me one sec. I'm just going to open up the wiring diagram so that I can make sure that I'm connecting everything. One part of building projects is that, especially electronics projects, is that there are too many things for people to keep in mind. It's not physically possible to avoid all your mistakes. There's just no one can process that much information. So you have to constantly check and double check everything to make sure that you're wiring stuff up correctly. It's not possible to get around it. Where we got here? So this is a breakout board. There should be a wiring diagram right here, but there is. Oh, here it is. It's called pin table. All right. So I'm going to confirm off of this. Basically, there's no reason to trust that I was correct. So we always want to double and triple check everything. The second you start to get sloppy in electronics and think that you can skip a step, that's when the mistakes start piling up. Yeah, it's not possible to process that much information. So yeah, you can't allow yourself to get even the tiniest bit lazy when you're making an electronics project, where you'll make a mistake and find that you can't recover from it. So let's see. It goes double when you're making videos too. I can't block the, in addition to all of this, I have to make sure I don't block the camera with my hand. Come on, solder please. It's not working. Oh, where's our flux? And I also need tweezers. One of the other nice parts of using silicone wires is that even if you have to redo I'm applying some flux to all these pads. One of the nice things about silicone wire is that even if you have to redo or reheat a pad, you don't have to worry about burning the insulation back and causing shorts or making your project look nasty, because it never burns or melts back, which makes it great for the types of projects I build and the way that I have to build them. Remember, if the wiring looks nasty, no one's going to pay attention to the project. They're only going to see the wiring. It's like, staying hot for too long. I can't believe I'm having this much trouble soldering a wire to a pad. There we go. Not very neat, but it's serviceable. Let me rearrange the furniture here. Figure out how to get both of these in frame. I think this will work. Yeah, it's why I had to put so much work into recalibrating my printers. Cause, man, there's that episode on the 3D printed tools, right? That was one of my earlier 3D printing episodes. Probably 1 in 5 comments is saying that my prints are too stringy. About 20% of the comments on that video are saying that my prints look awful. And that's also one of my most downvoted videos. At least it was back when they still had downvotes. Yeah, that's one of my most downvoted videos. So let's see. Another thing, I can't switch this over because I have to move the chair over. But this one right here could trip you up, because these pins are numbered left to right, top to bottom. Usually they go down one side and up the other, but these pins are labeled differently. So if you weren't paying attention, you'd make mistakes. Can't trust anything. So yeah, we've got pin 1 here. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not conventional. You can't trust anything. So yeah, we've got power, power, clock, ground, MOSI, chip select. That's what this pin is. Chip select we care about. Yeah, we definitely care about this one. That is what made this one appropriate for, let's see, SPI no connection. Yeah, we don't care about the one across from it. This is what made this display easy to build into that. Remember that volumetric display cube where this guy stacked up 10 of these? Maybe you don't remember. Anyways, I pretty much summed it up. The reason you could do that so easily is because these use SPI instead of I2C. So there's no fighting. Oh man, this is really hard to angle. I wish there was another place I could put this macro camera. but I would have to pull the desk a few feet away from the wall, and then then have to push the desk back whenever I film a video. Yeah. Anyways, the reason why that worked so well is because these use SPI, so all you need to do is give each of the 10 displays its own chip select pin. And voila! You can now control 10 of them with a single Arduino. Isn't that neat? Yeah. And by the way, like, with regards to what I was saying before about expensive projects, like, I don't want to come off as elitist, right? Like, that's the point of making isn't that the point of making isn't that, like, you know, spending money is better than not spending money. It's just, look, at the end of the day, it's a hobby, right? Like, you can do whatever, like, it's a hobby, right? You can do whatever the hell you want. What is this here? SPI, we need data command. So this one also needs to be wired up. All right. Yeah, look, it's a hobby. You can do whatever the heck you want. But you're going to be spending more time raging against the limitations of your tools, and you're going to have to abandon a lot of projects. You're basically like you're going to have a hard time actually building projects. You're going to end up spending more of your time perplexed at issues that are caused by your own tools and waiting for parts to show up, and you're going to have a stressful, sweat dripping down your face time building these projects because like, think about it. Like, if you're on that kind of budget, all you have to do is accidentally set an input pin as an output, and it shorts to ground, burns out your microcontroller, you blew your budget, your project is dead. Which is really easy to do on a Raspberry Pi, by the way. Okay, so this one here is going to go to ground. Maybe I should probably be soldering these pins up as we go. The thing of how to do this here, let me just grab a bus wire. Bust them together. The bus. Yeah, I feel like that would be a very unfulfilling hobby. I guess I don't know. Personally, I would rather just, I'd rather do something I can actually succeed. Actually, I don't know. I'd rather do something, I don't want my hobbies to be painful and frustrating. Like, I don't want to end a hard work day and then, engage in disappointment. Like, I don't know. I feel like in circumstances like that, maybe something like 3D printing would be better. Or, just, I don't know, maybe a more crafty hobby that doesn't need highly technical tools, where you don't have to constantly back up and redo stuff while you're learning. I don't know. It's a whole ball of wax. To be honest, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's astounding how cheap this hobby is. It's the amount of power that amateurs like myself, right? Like, compare me to, like, an electrical engineer from, like, 30 or 40 years ago, right? Like, I know nothing compared to those guys. And gals, I suppose. Although there definitely weren't as many. So, let's see. This one needs to be tied low, and tied low. So we'll just bend this like so. Yep, so we're just going to bend this wire like so. But yeah, the amount of power that's available for such small amounts of money to so many people is bananas. It's bananas. Like, sure, you could go to Radio Shack, but you would have to know analog electronics. Like, you don't have the ability to just wire stuff from data sheets together. You have to, like, actually know electrical engineering. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. That's beyond my ability. So let's see. We've got this set. So we've got what do we got here? Reset. Do we need VN? What's it? VOLED enable. That seems like something I might want. It says no connection, but let's double check here. Why? The page froze. Oh, that's great. That's great. Awesome. 377 Dipanjan Bakshi says, "Would you ever try making something like an ArduSat? That's an open source satellite." I don't know. What would I do with it? Like, I don't like making projects just for the point of making them. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like any data that you could collect from them, like, there's already probably a satellite that does it and practically gives the data away. So what do we need here? Pin 13E, we want to tie this one low. What about the one next to it? Pin 14, this one gets tied low. Maybe he's not being tied low. Why is this page freeze? I don't know. What would I do with the satellite? Maybe if you folks give me some good ideas, I'd consider them. But I don't have any. I don't have any project that needs a satellite. On top of that, you can't really put a lot of, like, a CubeSat or an ArduSat is only like an inch cube. It's only like 25 cubic millimeters. So you can't really put a lot of stuff in them, because most of that's going to be taken up by a powerful battery and transceiver that can make it all the way back to our little blue marble. So let's see, the pin VN we don't connect. E ties low, 14, 15, 16 all tie low. Okay, so something's wrong here. Or W, what's that? So this one all gets tied low. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to solder this bus wire, like, looping back around here, and then we'll jump that over to ground. Very nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not very interested in space. I don't know. I'm not that interested in space. I don't think there's much to do. For in there. I don't know. I'm not intrinsically interested in. I don't know. Like, I'm not intrinsically interested in any of this stuff, right? Like I'm not interested in building stuff to learn how computers work, right? I don't know. I'm interested in building stuff because I like the stuff. I know that I'm never going to go to space, and I know that even if I were to go to space, it would probably not be for. I don't know. It'd probably be to wait around on a shuttle for a really long time. I don't know. I don't think there's much for me to do there. I mean, look, I don't know. I guess there's an element of pride to it, right? Like, you get to say, I launched a project to space. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't think I need to buff my ego anymore. I think I got a YouTube channel. I think that could give me all the ego boost a cyborg could ever want. So yeah, let's snip a little piece of wire and jump that over. Where's my wire at? Yeah. Oh, space. The food is great, but there's no atmosphere. Everyone's like, kill me. Yeah. I think that, I don't know. I feel like that kind of makes me, not unique, but at least rarer. I don't know. I feel like most people get into this stuff because they like learning, and I hate learning, or because, like, they just think the topic is cool. They like space. I don't know. I just want the stuff. I just want to make stuff. I want to make stuff because I want the thing. I like to bust out some code and give myself some superpowers, or do something, take something from a game and make it in real life, or just, I don't know. I like the stuff. Where did I put that flux? Here it is. Let's put this. Alright, so this is our ground, and this is also ground, so we're just gonna, you know what, we're gonna turn this around. Never be so lazy that you, like, don't solder awkwardly when you can just move the part. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, every once in a while you might hear me say otherwise, but, like, it's a narrative people want to hear. There are a few things that, like, I don't know. There's stories, right, that people think about engineering and people who do engineering that they just won't believe you if you don't say it. Like, for instance, nobody wants to, like, I didn't build stuff until I was, like, 20-something, right? Like, sure, I messed around with tinkering with stuff when I was a kid, but it wasn't serious. Like, but the story people want to hear, like, oh, I've been interested in this stuff since I was a kid. I would, like, take stuff apart and, Yeah, I'd take stuff apart because I like taking stuff apart. I wasn't interested in the engineering inside. I just like taking stuff apart. But it's a story. People like the stories. They like their narratives. There we go. Yeah. Just like I didn't like learn a lot of this stuff because I didn't have a project in mind. Didn't have a need to. So I think this is configured right, but again, we can't we don't trust anything. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna just quickly confirm that all of our cables that all of the right wires are connected and none of the wrong wires are connected. So let's go double checking again. Pin 1 is the top left, and it goes left to right, top to bottom. So we have power, clock, ground, MOSI, chip select, nothing, not connected, right? Not connected. We got this data command pin. Yep, wait a second. Data command pin, and then under that is tied to ground. All right, reset. We've got wired up, tied to ground. This one is not connected, right? Ground. I need to check. I need to verify that. VOLED enable, because we might be able to use that to save some battery power. Right, so this one's tied low, and we can see we've connected that low, 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 low. Okay, good. Good. So, we've got the other side wired up. Where did I put this wire? Oh, here it is. All right, so now we just have to solder the other end. Let's do this. Let's look this up with this VOLED, because I'm going to pull up the data sheet right now. There we go. I'm going to look at what this pin does, because we're going to be gluing this thing together, so we only have one shot to wire it all up. So if we ever want to use that, we have to connect it now. Okay, the jumper ship closed, tying VOLED high and thus enabled. To manually control OLED enabled, open this jumper. Once open, pin 11, V enable on host. Oh, pardon, we'll control VOLED enable. I think that's something we want. I think we want that. So let's do that. I'm gonna cut another piece of. Let's cut another piece of wire. I hope we can fit all these wires in. I made so see, like, this is what I was saying. I got sloppy. I didn't measure the wires. I should have pre-calculated. I should have like taken some calipers before we finalized our design. I should have taken some calipers, measured the wire, right? Figured out how many wires we'd have to run, and make sure that our slot was big enough. I made a boo-boo, so I hope this. I'm pretty sure this will all fit, but I don't know for sure. So yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it do. Alright. Hang on a sec, I have to clear away all these notifications. Because I need Brooke to use them if I miss a chat or an important message. Yoel Adama says, try using ribbon cable next time. Ribbon cable is obnoxious because you have to, like, in order to wire up something like this, we'd have to cut it at like a jagged angle, right? Because some wires have to be longer than others, so we'd have to cut different conductors, and if we mess any of them up, even if we spend too long soldering and the insulation shrinks back, we now have to slice it off and start over from the top. So I don't have a lot of faith in my ability to completely perfectly nail, hang on a second, how many is this? Completely nail 18 wires in one shot. JWR Films asks, how about muscle-controlled electronics? You can buy the sensors, like a second pair of hands. Yeah, EMG is pretty rad. EMG stuff is pretty sick. That's electromyography. That's basically measuring the very strong, surprisingly strong electrical signals that come off your muscles when you flex them. This is, fun fact, people think that this comes from your nerves, but it doesn't. The electrical potential on your nerves is very small. We're talking microvolts and microamps. But your muscles themselves, the chemical reactions that cause them to bind up, release. They create a very strong electrical potential, which is very easy to read. So yeah, You know what? I bought some sensors a while ago. I have a Myo somewhere around here. Like it's like an armband that records and quantifies your muscle movements. And I've got some of the sensors lying around. I just never figured anything to do with them. Because if you're moving your hand, right? Like it's not the it is an analog. At the end of the day, it's an analog sensor that's reading it's an analog sensor that's reading a very small voltage. Like it's bigger than nerve signals, but it's still not a lot. It's still like, you know, it's not a lot of voltage. It's an analog sensor. It's reading a very small signal. And you know, like if your muscle is moving, right, then you have the ability to hit an actuator or something. So I just haven't seen a circumstance where it's smarter to read my muscles than it is to just, you know, to put sensors on my hand or something. Much more reliable. So we have to cut this guy right here. We have to cut this here. Let's see. No, I don't want this knife. It's not the knife we want at all. Where's the big knife? Here it is. All right, so we got to cut this jumper right here. Yeah, I just haven't. It's one of those things. I just haven't thought of a project for it. I don't. This project is rare because I'm starting with the parts and I'm building the project around it. I almost always go in the other direction, which is that I get the idea for the project and I pick the parts that it takes to do the project. So I haven't found a reason to put EMG in a project. I think this will work. All right, coolness, cool beans. So we've got all these. Let's see. So we've got all of these guys set. I guess we should wire this up and just confirm that it works. Right? Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we should. Okay, so let's go back over here. I'm going to unplug this. Bass42897 says, "Hey Zach, have you ever repaired a ribbon cable?" I assume what you mean is like not one of these, like a separate ribbon cable, but like something like this with a flexible, like something on a flexible circuit board that has an integrated cable. No. I briefly tried and then realized that it was so obnoxious and so time-consuming and so unlikely. Basically, like, it would take hours to even see if it worked, and it's unlikely that I'd nail it. It's a better use of my time and money to just buy a fresh one. So, no. I have cut a ribbon cable and stripped off the end to kind of shorten it. But I don't think that's really what you're talking about. Like something like this, you could repair it, but there's no way it's worth the time, right? Like there's no way that's going to be worth the time you put into it. So let's see. Let's wire this. Let's wire this thing up. Yep, it's one of those things. It's very easy to focus too much on. I don't know. It's easy to focus on money because there's always a number attached to it. Money is always a number. But time counts, right? Like you can earn more money, but you can never earn more time. The amount of time you have is fixed. And yeah. And you can get bursts of money, like you can never borrow time. So let's see. This guy is our clock, and we're just going to wire that up to the pin labeled SCK. Very nice. This one, right? Yeah. See, this guy here is our MOSI, which apparently is controversial. Is controversial terminology. Right. We got power right here. I'm not sure where I stand on that. I think you can make a point for it being like controller, like changing the terms to controller peripheral. I don't think that's unreasonable. It's even more accurate. Calling them controller and peripheral. I don't like parent and child. It's not accurate. Yeah, a parent-child relationship is not a speaker-listener type relationship, right? It's not it's not a boss-employee relationship. It's a creator-created relationship. So I don't like when people call them parent and child. It's not accurate. So these are accounted for. What's this one? Yeah, I forget which pins these were all connected to. I don't think I saved the modified sketch. Let's double check here. Let me go back to my Arduino. And oh geez, that screen's not a touch screen. I'm so used to having a touch screen on this display. I keep messing it up. Oh, okay, cool. I did save it. Oh, that's nice. Alrighty, so we got chip select. Which are which here? We've got, which one is this? This is chip select. Chip select goes to 16. Where's pin 16? There it is. All right, this one here. Very important to do this too. Don't get so carried away building that you forget to test. You test. You can't trust your own. You can't trust the quality of your own engineering. Yeah, you got to test every step of the way. Test. Every time I get caught up. Which one is this? This is data command. DC is pin 15. Every time I get too caught up in trying to move really fast. Especially on stream, I'm especially vulnerable to this on stream. I end up making mistakes, and then I have to go back and rework stuff. So, testing. Let's see, this guy here is going to be our reset pin. And that's going to 7. There we go. And let's see, this guy. So this one's new. This one we didn't have hooked up before. This is our OLED enable. So I'm gonna have to modify our code real quick. But we're gonna hook this up to pin 11. Okay, so this is hooked up. If we were to plug this in, it won't power on. Because again, you know what, here, I'm gonna unplug this. Pin 11. If we plug this in, let me just separate this to make sure it doesn't yeah. Plug this in, make sure nothing shorts. Let's zoom. De-zoom, brother. Alright, so I'm going to plug in the feather, and nothing should happen. Right? Feather is lit up. Trust me, it lit up. There was a red LED there. But nothing is on the display. But if we take our VOLED enable pin and we plug this guy into ground, or hang on a second, let's go back to our VOLED and see what's up. I think it has to be pulled high. Ship closed, tying VOLED high. So when we plug this into ground, this should work. Or when we plug this into to 3 volts, it should work. It's not. Okay. All right. Something's gone wrong. That's weird. It's shorted. Huh. So we got something. Let's see. Seems like we have something wired up wrong because this is warming up. Yeah, looks like we got something wired up wrong. Let's maybe is it possible we have it plugged in upside down? Is that possible? I think it might be. Yeah, I think it's our issue right here. Then that means that we have a design mistake in our. Yeah, I think I plugged this in upside down. Yep, I think that's exactly what happened. I hope nothing got damaged. I think I had this plugged in upside down. I forgot this. It's rare to have the pads on top. They're usually here. Let me try to get this in view. Yeah, see, this is. I think I had it plugged in upside down. It's rare to have the pads on top. Usually they face towards the circuit board, like here. But I think in this they face towards the air. Let's see if it worked. If it doesn't, then we blew it out, and we're gonna have to use our backup display. So let's see. You again can't. See, there's too much to keep in mind. Come on. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Turn off, turn on. Turn off, turn on. Yep, it was upside down. So this is a really weird connector then, because that means it has contacts on the top and the bottom. That's really weird. There's contacts on the top and the bottom. Why would you want that? That seems like it's strictly... I guess it lets them sell two... I guess like it lets the manufacturer sell two... like the part for two purposes, but still. Yes, we had it upside down. So I hope this fits. It might not. Yeah. Might not fit. Well, we don't need to solder anything anymore. Let's unplug this. And, yeah. Yeah. I hope this is going to fit. Let's see, because it's going to go in like so. All right, so let's see. We're going to have to let me switch back to the overhead view. So this has to go in like this. Easy. I'm being very gentle here, handling this very gingerly. So this has to go in like so. But now this is going to be upside down. All right, so it's going to be hooked in like this. Oh, this is fine. Oh, I actually did design it properly. I guess that would explain why it was so hard to install it, right? It looks like I did have this designed properly in the first place, I think. Yeah. All right, cool. So I did design this properly. I must have made the mistake afterwards? That's weird. Oh, it's because this thing was previously connected with the one that had the right angle in it. Remember I had, like, this one was all crinkled, so I replaced it? That's where the problem happened. I installed the new one upside down. That's exactly where the problem happened. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't... Turning this off was not the right move. So here's what we're going to do. We have this plugged in to this... Let's square everything up. Okay, this one we don't need anymore. We're going to get this out of here to keep it safe. Right, so we need to transfer the wires from this feather that has the... Yeah, from this feather that has the pins soldered on it to our other feather, which should still... Yep, it's still lodged in here. One thing that I haven't confirmed with this is that the battery part works. I don't know if the charge controller on this thing works, and I don't know if the regulator works. So let's test both of them. Again, you can't trust anything. You have to test it. All right. So it looks like our charge button, or it looks like our charge light is on. So bear with me one sec. I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna go over here to my computer. It hit our microphone. I'm going to go over to the computer, and I am just going to open up the Blink sketch. So, yeah, we're going to go to the board. I'm going to select Adafruit NRF52 feather. Yeah, this is just the feather. And I'm just going to upload a Blink sketch to it and make sure it blinks. And then we will we'll pull the power out and make sure it still blinks when it's powered off the battery. So let's see, file, examples, basics, blink, and I think this is pin 17. So let's go into the Adafruit feather. Let's just make sure it's selected. Where is it? Where is it? Here, I should probably switch over so you can see it. Although I haven't changed the display density, so it's not really helping. All right, so let's see which one disappears. We have 11, 24, 25, 4, and 6. So we unplugged it, and now number 11's missing. So that's our serial port. I wish there was an easier way to do this. It seems like such a hacky thing to do for, every, to do regularly. All right, so let's upload this, and it should start blinking right about. Should start blinking here. Come on. Yeah, the DFU process for this is pretty slow. All right, we're blinking. See that? We're blinking. So let's just make sure it keeps blinking when we unplug it. Oh, well, that's bad. That's bad. Is it possible the battery is discharged? It's possible that we just drained the entire battery. That's sus. That's very sus. Let's just confirm that the battery isn't dead by busting out our meter, and I should probably turn this back over here. Alright, let's just confirm that the battery is still alive by busting out our meter and measuring the voltage. Let's see. If it's below 3.7, then it's probably the battery that's drained. That's the problem. Let's see. What's our voltage? Voltage is 0 volts. Oh, that's. Oh, it's because I'm measuring the wrong one. That'll do it. Let's see. Is this still 0 volts? Does this not have an under voltage lockout? Oh, this is bad. I don't think this. Oh man, I hope it didn't kill the battery. You can't drain a lithium battery down to 0 volts. It permanently damages it, possibly destroys it. I thought this thing had an under voltage lockout. Basically, it stops it from drawing power when voltage reaches a threshold. But I guess not. Come on. Nope, never mind. It says 3.8 volts, so this still has some charge to it. So it's a good thing we measured this, because I don't think the charge controller works. Or I don't think the regulator works. Let's pull this back. Let's pull this out. Let's grab another. Alright, let's see. Plug this guy in. It could be that, like, the internal impedance is high. I doubt it, though. Could be the battery's broken. I made the mistake of not buying 2 batteries. Huh. So voltage is very low. I think it's just sagging. Eesh. Let's see. Huh. The blue LED wasn't blinking before. Maybe this thing has multiple problems. Yeah, I got these. Oh, jeez. I pulled it off the table. I got these feathers under. Pardon that. I got these feathers under slightly suspicious circumstances. They were dumpster dove, but I thought they were. I thought I tested all of them, but I guess I didn't test every feature of all of them. Part of the fun. All right, don't worry. We will we're on schedule. We're gonna finish this project. We're gonna finish this bad boy. Let's just make sure it's charging properly. This should be in the neighborhood of 4 volts. It's not. Oh, never mind. It's charging at 3.9 volts. It's just pulsing it on and off. All right. Yep. So it's charging the battery. Hope the battery's not destroyed. It might have been dead on arrival. You never know. You never know. Let's leave this. Alright, so this I didn't expect. Alright. Don't worry, I know exactly what we're going to do. While we wait for... Here, I'm going to turn the soldering iron off. I'm going to move this to the side. While we wait for this to charge, we're going to give that a few minutes. We can glue together some of these parts. Because this sort of comes together in three parts, in a way. You'll see. And we can glue a few of those together. Get a jump start. So, let's see, we've got our left half here. We have our glue. We have some loose filament. You'll see what we do. You'll see what we're going to do with this. A little bit of a design flourish that you might have caught while we were designing this thing on Friday. Basically, gluing a flat surface to a flat surface can work great if there's enough surface area, but it makes it weak in the shear direction. right? It makes it weak in this direction. Because glue resists like this, but it doesn't really resist this very well. It doesn't it doesn't help that much with this. So we're going to reinforce it by adding some tiny filament pegs to connect the two. That will absorb some of the shear force and let the glue do more work. And I added, before there were 5 of these, I changed it to 4. I think it's more economical. So yeah, that's what these little holes are for. These little holes, let's switch over here. Yeah, so these little holes hold tiny filament pegs. Yeah, these little holes, hold the tiny filament pegs that will absorb some of the shear force and let us get a stronger build with less glue. I cut these a little too tall, or a little too long, so let's trim these down and let's just do a test fit. Might have to drill out the other holes a little. Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, never mind. Yeah, let's drill these out. Yeah, holes can sometimes change. Holes sometimes end up smaller than specified, especially in the XY plane, just because of the nature of the printer. It's just how how FDM printers work. They are more the most accurate. They're most accurate in the Z dimension. But this is all right. So we've drilled them out. So let's get our pegs in there and just confirm that everything fits. Come on, be easy. Be easy, please. They go flush. All right, it goes all the way. Very nice. I'm just going to trim this down a little bit. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, trim this one a little bit too. All right, let's glue it up. I'm using Zap-A-Gap. We're using Slow Zap because, let's see. I'm using Slow Zap because I don't want it to drip out through the seams because then it'll show up on camera. Remember, people only see the sloppiness. All right, so I put a drop of glue in each of the holes. Let's see, glue, and let's put it all on there. Let's put a few drops in. It's strictly speaking, we only need 1 drop per square inch, but no kill like overkill. Line these up, and there we go. There we go. We're nice and glued. Got ourselves some mini clamps, so let's mini clamp it up. I love clamp. At my first hackerspace, the Maker Bar, clamps were I don't know why, they just became a joke. Like, they just became a meme. So everything had clamp puns in it, and yeah, like I love clamp. I think that was what was it? Anchorman. Yeah, I think it was Anchorman. Okay, so the same goes over here. Let's see. So this is 2. All right. So this right here is also 2 parts. But yeah, oh man, yeah. If we can't pre-glue this together, because then we won't be able to get the wires in between them. This is a one-way trip, by the way. Once we put this thing together, it's glued together forever. So yeah, there's nothing we can really, let's see, something we can really do there. We could use this time to clean this up a bit. Yeah, we have to clean this up a little bit. We added the sawtooth pattern. We added the sawtooth pattern when we built this thing as well to give it more surface area for gluing. Being very careful. Being very careful here. I'm not trying to cut it. I'm just trying to get in between the layers and strip trim that trim that overhanging saggy layer off. Come on. Come on. Yeah, it's a little too risky. So let's bust out this tool. So yeah, let's use the Modify 3D. It's sort of like a low temperature soldering iron specifically designed to modify prints. I've got this thing. I got this thing from one of the filament orders that I got. I bought some more filament from overseas for the every filament episode that I need to. I'm going to start recording soon, and it's got all these little attachments that make it easy to modify your 3D prints.
Check chat. Everyone says your battery is backwards.
Apparently my battery is backwards. Brooke says, check chat, my battery is backwards. Let's see. People are saying the battery is backwards. Suppose that's possible. I did make an assumption. I did make an assumption. Let's see. So the polarity of the connector. So let's see. The polarity of the connector was correct. But is this labeled at all? So let's see if this goes in like. All right, so let's see. This goes in like so. Like this is how it fits. So that's yeah. So that's how it fits in. So let's check our. Bust our continuity tester. And let's just make sure that this one is connected to VBAT. Where's V? Huh. Well, there's a problem right there. I made an assumption. Good eye. You folks are completely correct. That's exactly what the problem was. I made an assumption that it shipped correctly, and I was wrong. It's just like what I was saying. Mistakes are unavoidable. There's too much information for one person to keep track of. Though I guess that's why it's good that we have the hive mind. Let me try to do this on camera. So I'm just going to gently lift these tabs and pull out the connector. There we go. Try very hard to avoid shorting this. Let's do the old switcheroo. Yep, do the old connector switcheroo. Let's plug it in and see what happens. Oh, there we go. You folks are completely correct. 100% right. That's exactly what happened. I'm glad I didn't destroy the battery by charging it backwards. I think Adafruit might have been smart enough to put a reverse polarity diode in there. Good eye. Well done, folks. Well done. I really wish that maybe I should get a second monitor to put over here, so I can keep an eye on data sheets, the stream, and chat at the same time. Good catch, folks. I should give you a super chat. Let's be careful with this. All right, cool. Let's let that charge up a little bit while we just work on this. So this tool here is for flattening down surfaces. Well done. Well, the battery didn't ship the wrong way. So Detlev says that's spooky. Battery shipped the wrong way around. But I should have known better because it didn't ship the wrong way around. There is no standard for which wire on a JST connector should be positive, which one's negative. In fact, there isn't. In fact, a JST connector actually refers to an entire, like it's a manufacturer. There are hundreds of JST connectors. So when I bought it, for all I knew, it wasn't even the right connector in the first place. So yeah, I could have made a number of significant mistakes. Looks like we got off easy, all things considered. So I'm going to use this flat tool here. So this stuff right here is caused by the gap between the support interface and the supported model. So we are just going to use this to gently remelt that and press it down. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. See, it's even shiny. Let's do the same over here. It's a pretty convenient little tool, isn't it? Let's wipe it off. It's basically just a soldering iron, except it can, see, it says, let's see if I can get, except it goes down to lower temperatures. Because, you know, not soldering anything, it's just dealing with 3D prints. Cool! Cool! I'm glad that was so simple. I guess, like, when I saw the battery voltage drop, that should have been a tip-off. I just assumed it was, like the regulator was drawing too much current and it caused it to sag, caused it to drop out. But should have known better. Good eye. Well done. Yep, you can't. A lot of whatchamacallit. Yep, this idea of everything always going wrong is. I know that like a lot of people who are technical, like they think it's important that no one ever knows that they make mistakes, and can make this really dangerous. I think there's still some heat stored in it. Make it really dangerous because no one can possibly avoid making mistakes in electrical engineering. So it means that they're eventually going to build up more and more lies, and we don't like that. Yeah, you got to admit your mistakes, or at least, you know, be very proactive about finding them. Okay, so we have battery. We know this works. Let's fire our soldering iron back up. The real soldering iron. Let's fire this back up. Let's disconnect the battery. Very, very gently. Very gently. And let's wire it up. Let's transfer these wires over. This is going to be really simple because we already have a reference where every wire is supposed to go, right? Fluffy says, and this hurt. Fluffy said a comment that makes me very sad, even though it's not gonna sound like it at first, but it makes me very sad. Fluffy says, make an e-ink based wireless screen just for chat, wireless to the message bar for easy moving and posing. YouTube's API is awful. It's awful. It's ultra expensive, and the latency is bananas. If we want to use the free plan, it basically can only pull chat for a few messages every 15 to 20 minutes. You know, if you want to spend if we're okay with spending a few dozen bucks per, like, we could speed it up. We could have it check, you know, more often if we're willing to spend a few bucks on credits each. You know, like, I'm talking like $20, $30 or something. But yeah, even still, the latency is bad. You might not realize this, but chat in the website is laggy. Chat on the website is laggy. Like, if I opened up like a number of computers and my phones and stuff, they'd all get chat messages at different times because even their own internal API sucks. YouTube's APIs are garbage. The stream APIs are even worse. This is distinctly different from Twitch, whose APIs are like the best. They're like industry leading in the quality and performance of their APIs. So inevitably, this is going to actually destroy. Over time, this just continuously weakens how competitive YouTube streaming is, which really sucks. Because yeah, look, I would love, like, you know. So you might wonder why this makes me sad. It's because the original idea for the Chromance was the original idea for the Chromance and for the Matrix, right? Both of those things. The original ideas were that you, the viewers, would be able to control them using your chat. So I worked really hard to build both of those and make sure that they, you know, they worked well and they connected to all these, that they would connect to the APIs, right? You know, make sure they can recover their internet connection if it goes down, all that stuff. And then it turns out like, the whole idea just completely doesn't work because YouTube's APIs are hot garbo. So yeah, makes me sad. Let's see if I can get the camera. Focused on this. I'm gonna have to reach over. You know, let's stick with the overhead for now. Yeah, YouTube's APIs suck, and that blows because I really want to make cool things that my audience can interact with, that you folks can interact with. So if anyone from YouTube is listening, get your act together. It's literally, it's not even a web thing. It's literally friggin' APIs. It's the chat API. How the hell do you make this server that can handle like hundreds of thousands of people streaming in data at 5 megabytes per second or more? But you can't get a friggin' API, a chat API to work. Yeah, Twitch's APIs are awesome though. Like, you ever wonder why there's so many doohickeys that like little animations that play when somebody donates or any of that stuff? It's because Twitch's APIs are awesome. They're very very easy to use, very well documented, and very high performance. What just happened? What did I just solder? What's this? Oh, alright, never mind. Okay. I'm just trying not to cross the wires. Try not to cross the streams too much. Because these wires are going to have to be tucked in parallel. They're going to have to be tucked in parallel with each other in order to fit in that in the slot in the headband. So we can't let them overlap too many times. They're going to end up probably overlapping once because we're going to turn this thing over, but we don't want them to overlap too much because it'll make it harder to cram them into that slot. I wish I could do something like that. I would love that. I had this. I ended up falling back on the Patreon API because I was trying to write this system so that when one of our patrons chats, right, it makes an animation or plays a message or something like that, so that we can celebrate the people who support the channel. So I got the Patreon part working. Patreon's API is also very easy to use, but it returns the data in such an over-engineered way. It returns it in this super complicated like it's JSON data, but it returns it in this sort of relational database. It's such a pain in the ass to use. Like, clearly it was an internal API that got modified, and it's clearly an internal API that got adapted to be used outside the company. Because nobody has that many patrons that you need that level of granularity to account for them. So, yeah, which one is this? This goes to pin 16. Ah, very nice. No one could possibly have enough patrons to justify such a heavyweight implementation. You want something like that. Generally, when there's so much data flying around that when there's so much data flying around that it's not practical to request the entire bundle of data. Right? Like, instead you have to say, okay, give me patrons number 2,000 to number 2,000 to 3,999. But if you have 300 patrons, like, you can send all that. Like, I'm pretty sure all the data for all my patrons is like 100 kilobytes or something. But yeah, once I cleared that hurdle, the API is actually quite easy to use. Twitter's API continues to be a complete hot mess nightmare. Somehow it gets even worse over time. Even though originally what's funny is that Twitter back in the day, that was like the best API. They were like the industry-leading API. The reason you saw so many projects, so many clients and pieces of hardware and things that link into Twitter is because Twitter's API was like the easiest to use. But it has aged like a tub of yogurt. It's aged like a milkshake. Oh man, just friggin' having to use OAuth 2. On top of that, it doesn't even give you all the data anymore. Now it's fuzzed. I guess people were like scraping Twitter's data and using it for nefarious purposes, or at least purposes that cost Twitter money. So now it fuzzes the data. It's not comprehensive, and Sometimes it includes like what do you call them? Like bogus data. That's supposed to to detect if basically it includes a little bit of bogus data to make sure it's Twitter, to make sure the use is legitimate. So like here's what you do: you replace, like, let's say you I don't know, let's say your site's a dictionary, right? You can't copyright words of the alphabet. It's not quite obfuscated. Davin Thompson said obfuscated. It's not quite obfuscated. Let's say you're making a dictionary, right? Even better, just because this is a true story. Let's say your site is song lyrics, right? Your site is a database of song lyrics. You can't copyright your, like, let's say for all intents and purposes it's not crowdsourced. Like your company actually spends a lot of money hiring people to transcribe songs so that you have a product. You spend money into that. You want to get your money back. You don't want someone to just scrape your site and repost all your data. Problem is your data's the data is copyrighted by other people, right? Like, in fact, you will have to take that data down if you get you could get DMCA'd. So basically, you can't enforce copyrights on that data. So somebody could just rip you off, and if you say, "Hey, you ripped off our data," they can either say, "No, we didn't. We just transcribed the songs, and by coincidence, we happen to do it exactly like you. What are the odds?" Or they can say, "Actually, you don't have the ability to enforce this copyright. Only the Beatles do." So here's what you do. In addition to all of your in addition to all of the songs you transcribe bogus songs. You add in song lyrics for songs that don't exist. That way, if somebody scrapes your entire site and puts it up, you say, "Hey, you put up the lyrics for the song you just got caught in a copyright honeypot." Which is copyright us. It says they're right there on the page. Pay us. Yeah, in a dictionary, these are called phenords. They add in fake words called phenords, so that if somebody copies the dictionary verbatim, or they at least copy all the words, you can sue them because they copied your copyrighted stuff. Yeah, isn't copyright fun? Akelia, thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Check out the concept of paper towns. Map makers add non-existent towns, roads, and rivers to catch copycats. Completely true. Maps do, in fact, have places that don't exist. By the way, it's important in all of this that, like, this is... So, like, if you think about it, this doesn't really cause any problems, right? Because I assume this is surprising to everyone, even though I'm sure you've used maps before, you've used sound, or you've used lyric sites before, you've used dictionaries before, and you never noticed them. It's because that's the whole point. You're not supposed to notice them. They're supposed to get snuck in by people who are copying and pasting the entire thing. The only way around it is to verify, like, for instance, the dictionary, right? To just have someone check every word as they cross-enter it, and that makes it unprofitable. Part of the fun. Cheap Death 96 says, "I hopped in on stream and started from middle. Quad drones are expensive hobby." I didn't even think of drones. Drones are another one of those bananas expensive hobbies. Because that's, like, the worst part of electronics. Like, that is the electronics hobby, but it's like a specialized form, and you need powerful components. Yeah, drones get very expensive in a hurry. I think, somehow we got through the entire Cyberdeck Cafe podcast without talking about drones a single time. But, what's his name? Bootdisk, the kind of the Cyberdeck guy, has been obsessed with drones, and the dollar amounts are insane. It's such an expensive hobby. And if you're doing drone photography, remember we were talking about how expensive photography is? Well, now you got to combine them. I would love to do drone photography, though. That would be sick. That would be sick. Okay, so this is all hooked up. Alright, so we're all hooked up. I don't think we've made any major mistakes, but we're about to find out. We're about to find out. So we're going to plug this in. It's not going to work because it has no firmware. But yeah, let's plug this in. Let's see if there's any smoke. We got smoke? Nothing's heating up. Nothing's heating up. All right, good. I'm gonna go. We're gonna go over here. I should probably have 2 entire sets of monitors and cameras instead of having to constantly turn this thing around. Maybe I could motorize it. Maybe I could motorize this thing to lock between different positions. All right, so let's. I forgot to hit the button. Here we go. Okay, so we want the driver board sketch. All right, we're gonna load this up, but we also hang on a second in our setup method. We also want to add in that pin 11 that we. All right, so we don't need these anymore. We don't need these guys. Pins that act as aux grounds. We are done with that. So now we need pin mode 11 is now an output, and we're just going to write that one high. This is the one that turns the thing on. We're eventually going to control this in the sketch, but yeah, we don't need that right now. So tools. So let's upload this guy. I'm guessing pin 13 is the new one, or COM 13 is the new one. So let's upload that, and let's see if it works. Come on, upload. All right, we have a problem in that these guys are using an older version of the bootloader that's not compatible. So hopefully, here we go. Let's use bootloader DFU. Hopefully, we can update the bootloader. Come on. Yep, good. Yeah, we'll upload the bootloader, and that'll let us put in the sketch. Hopefully, it's got the right version of the middleware of Nordic's middleware. Snipish1 says, Zach, Twitter realized having such a great API meant that less people use official clients. That means they can't make money from ads. They solved this problem in a pretty interesting way. They just made the API more expensive. So, like, if you're building simple mini projects, you don't even notice. But if you're building a client, you will have to pay them. Basically, you have to pay them the amount they would have made from ads. So that's why all the aftermarket Twitter clients now are paid. That's why they all charge money now, because their costs have gone up. Yeah. Let's scroll back a little bit. Let's see what's going on. Did I miss any spooper chats? I don't think I missed any spooper chats. Let's see. YouTube wasn't. Regen Jacob says YouTube wasn't made for streaming in the first place. It was made for videos. Their streaming infrastructure is great. I'm very impressed with. Looks like our firmware is uploaded. I'm just gonna load our sketch. I'm very impressed with the performance of YouTube as a streaming platform. As a community platform, and YouTube being like promoting streams, I'm not that solid. Not that solid. The numbers are also really weird in that if I were to go on Twitch, I think something happened. Woo! If I were to have started on Twitch and have 515 concurrent viewers within the first few months, I would probably be getting like asked for interviews and stuff. Because it's easier to grow on YouTube even streaming, but I think the upside is lower. Check it out. We're in business. We're working. We are working. So let's unplug this. Let's plug in our doctored battery. All right, we're good. That's it. Our electronics are set. So that means, woo! We get to update our to-do list. That's a surprisingly twisty tongue twister. Update our to-do list. Surprisingly twisty on the tongue. Alright, this place looks like a complete disaster. So, yeah, let's clean up a little bit. Jared Inyaga sums up. He sums up the truth of the channel right there. Lamau, look at it. Look at Zach in a good mood because it worked. Yup. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. When something works, it's an event, especially when it works this quickly. I barely had to mess around with this at all. Like, I expect at least one of the wires to be in the wrong place. All right. Yeah, got to clean up a little bit. Let's put this over here. All right, I'm not going to put away any of the knives, or I'm not going to put away the hot tool. I'm not going to put away the Modify 3D. Because we are going to need those. But we're done with this guy. Our prototype is good. Let's get our pointy and hot objects together. Let's see. This thing should be set by now. Very nice. All right. So yeah, let's put this thing together. We have to do it while it's powered up because the Feather has no power switch. There's no way to actually turn it off. You know, let's bust out the Modify. Let's power up the Modify 3D and clean this up. I don't like the sound of that. Let's keep this on our rubber mat. Let's power this. Let's power this up and do a bit of cleanup here. So we have a whole bunch of different tools. Where's our stand? We're gonna want that. We have our little flip out stand. It's kind of a cute little tool. I like. Is it worth it? No, but I do like it. So we have a whole bunch of different tools here. We have tiny spoons for picking off like boogers and little bits on the surface. We have cones and needles for enlarging holes and things. We have a heat set inserter. This is pretty useful. We have a tool specifically for getting heat set inserts in there. We have a countersink tool for countersinking holes. And we have some hot knives, and that's what we're going to use here. We've got these hot knife attachments. So just make sure this isn't hot. Remember, when you're testing if something is hot, you always use the back of your hand so you don't burn your fingers. Or you use a friend's hand. That way you can't burn any part of you. Yeah, this tool's a little on the expensive side, and I'm not 100. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. It's a little. The build quality is a little on the cheap side. Yeah. Beef Ingot asks, why are heat set insert tools so goddamn rare? It's because I think swaged inserts are much more common in industry. Basically, inserts that are forced into place instead of heated into place are just much more common. Adam Steele nails it. Thank God we've made progress since last time. I know. I try as hard as I can to make fast progress, but it's the nature of the project. And let me tell you, things are actually slower off. Like, things can be even slower off camera because I'm not as well prepared. Yeah. Projects take time. You don't make fast progress in your building projects. This is another question people ask. They say, like, I don't have a lot of time, like, how do I make stuff? Look, I can give you recommendations. Like, I don't recommend using cheap tools and cheap parts. But, it's possible. But if you don't have time, right, if you don't have hours per week, like, double-digit hours per week to build your projects, you're going to have a hard time finishing anything. This hobby needs money, but This hobby, like, needs money, but it needs a ton of time. It's hard to avoid swearing there. So, right, I have this set. This is actually set a little too high. This is set to 250 because I was working with PET. I'm going to set it down to 220. I want it to be a little hotter than the filament actually melts at because heat is lost as it travels as it travels out of the heater cartridge and into the tool. So I'm just using the hot knife here to open up the to like cut away any bits of any bits of brim that are still getting in the way of our I'll just kind of move it aside. Any bits of brim that are getting in the way of inserting our components. This isn't going to take very long because we cut almost all of it off. This is just going to smooth out the edge. It's also going to smooth out elephant's foot effect a little bit. The plastic spreads out as it hits the bed. So the bottom layer is always a little bit wider than you want. It's called elephant's foot because it looks like the foot of a pachyderm. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just make sure there's no bits in there. I've seen a little bit. I've seen a little bit of a bit in there. Deep in there. Let's melt it off. Smush it into the side where it can't cause any trouble. There you go. There's a little tiny bit of support material inside, so I just mashed it into the edge where it can't get in the way. Very nice. It's a pretty neat little tool. Do I recommend buying one? No. No, you can build things just fine without it. Is it useful? Definitely. I need a paper towel to wipe this off. In theory, you could do this with a soldering iron, but the key part here isn't the tool; it's the attachments. The tool is just whatever, right? Like, it's just a wimpy soldering iron. But the attachments are where it's at. I wish they made attachments like this for soldering irons. But then I guess Modified 3D wouldn't make as much money. Yeah, see, it stays soft for a bit, so I'll use that to just prop the sides open a little bit. Looks like there was a little chunk of plastic. Yeah, it looks like there were some chunks of plastic down there. Tiny fragment of support material. What do we got here? Yeah, a tiny little fragment of support material that I couldn't get off. So I'm just going to melt that down and press it into the base. That is why we couldn't close this thing before. Because there was a tiny remnant of support material that was blocking up the works. I like using the flat edge of this tool too. It's very useful. They sell two versions of this. This is the expensive one that has all the tools and is powered off a wall. And they make a cheaper one that has fewer tools and is powered off USB. I figured that if I'm going to order this thing from Europe, might as well go all the way, right? I don't even think it's European made. All right. Let's get that out of here. Let's just zip this off. I feel a little more confident cutting towards myself with this because it's not sharp, right? It's the heat of the tool that's doing the work. Not the sharpness of the blade. I've mastered the blade. I already used that joke in a video. That's got to be one of my favorite intros. Mastered the blade. I love edgy stuff. I think it's hysterical. Come on. Let's trim that off. So, yeah. There we go. So it's still in there, right? Like the parts that I cut off are still in there, so let's just quickly sweep them out. Let's move on to the other side. This one doesn't look as messy. I want to open this up so I can get the wires in there easily. Yep, this is the type of thing that goes into every project. I just am only now showing that part of the process off. Yes, there we go. Yeah, when you're doing videos about projects, you have to show what I call the Tony Stark effect, which is that it looks like your project just comes together in like seconds or in a very brief. Basically, like, people expect that when you're making a project, you basically come up with the idea, you sit down, and you just make it. It's like people think that making a project, like lay people, I like you folks know better, but lay people think that making a project is like making a piece of music, right? Like, you sit down with your guitar and you start strumming and you make a song, and you the same way as, like, you sit down with your soldering iron and you start soldering, and hour later there you go. And it's important that the project looks like that, because that's how people expect it to work. But yeah, you folks get to see the truth. You get to see the Matrix. Let's see. Oh, Burke's been trying to get my attention. Did I miss some stuff? Oh, Marvin Huth, thank you so much for the super chat. You're warning me about the battery, and I didn't even realize it. Reagan, thank you so much. Yeah, Marvin, I'm so sorry for missing you. I was too preoccupied with my battery being backwards. Thank you so much for the super chat and for the advice. I wish I was paying closer attention, because it would have saved me a bunch of time and possibly battery. I got lucky, but can't count on being lucky all the time. All right, so only have a couple more to do. This one's looking pretty decent. I'm just going to give it a quick zip. Thank you so much for the super chats. This stream is not sponsored, so I appreciate the contributions. Can't have sponsors for everything. That's all right. We can do projects and streams just for the heck of it. Come on, cut through. Oh, this is nice. Oh man, this thing works. It works really well. I do wish the blade was thinner. It doesn't, like, I wish it was thin enough that it would, like, cut a thin curl of the plastic off, because then I wouldn't have to drag the flat of the knife across the part and kind of heat it up a little more than I would like to. See, the other side looks pretty good. Cool. It's a nice little tool. We'll use this one more time after it's together to just to hide any of the seams. If any of the seams are popping up, then we'll give them a quick tamp them back down. Just using this to clear the residue, because it's hot, so the residue just tends to stick back to the wall, but it's not very tightly attached. So a quick hit from the knife will just, yeah, you see, just knock it loose. Very nice. It's a cool little tool. This problem would have been better prevented than solved by getting the printer dialed in better, but the nature of the game. Cool. All right. And is that all? I guess there's this. Let's give this last piece some love too. Wipe the crud off of this. I wish this is the type of thing that I'm surprised they don't sell at Micro Center. It seems like a very Micro Center product. They sell a lot of gizmos. A lot of gizmos and gadgets. It's the type of thing they would sell, because it's one of those things where, like, you go in for something unrelated and you're like, oh, that's useful, and while I'm here, might as well. They make a lot of money from the Midas. I call it the Midas well. Like King Midas. It's where he got his water. It's when you say, I might as well get this. Easy. The trick here is to not use any pressure, right? Because, like, we aren't doing the cutting. The tool's doing the cutting. It's really tempting to just, like, kind of, like, really try to rip it through as if it were a regular knife. Or to put my thumb on it to brace it. Can't really do either. You shouldn't really do either of those. Come on. I'm trying to find a good angle here. Good angle of the dangle. Yeah, this one has a lot of excess plastic. Come on. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Let's just open this last part up here because we have to fit a very thin, very short, very flexible, or very stiff ribbon cable in here. So this is the one I really want to be perfect. There we go. Tamp this down a bit and let's clear it out, and then we'll assemble it together. Shouldn't take too long. It's only a few pieces that we're gluing. There's a bit of screw. There's a little bit of screw action here, but you can do that last. So just gently knocking out the plastic, knocking out the crud. Very nice. Cool. It's a nifty little tool. Come on, it's a flake of plastic. It's still clinging. It's a stage 4 clinger, if I've ever seen one. Come on, out we go. Out of there. You know what we gotta do, Brooke and I gotta do. Gotta get to the Renaissance Fair. This is Denver, or just outside Denver. This is sick Renaissance Fair. It's huge. It's a ridiculous Renaissance Fair. It's huge. Tons of people. Gotta go check that out. I mean, except for the whole getting coronavirus thing, I could totally go for a giant turkey leg right now. Real Fred Flintstone type deal. Come on, best part of the Ren Fair. Giant turkey leg in one hand, and a horn full of ale in the other. It's just like God intended it. I think if I go, I'm gonna wear my heads-up display and the Singularitron and my my glove, and I'll be like, wait a second, this isn't the year 14,000. Go around asking people hey, did you see a British guy? Riding in a post box or riding in a phone booth? I don't know why I said post box. British guy riding in a phone booth? Yeah, he was supposed to meet me here. Okay, I think this should work. Let's build her up. Let's build her on up. We're gonna need some pokey things. There we go. I'll grab one of these guys. Grab one of these guys. Grab one of these guys. Using plastic tools to do the poking, because then we can't cause any shorts. We're going to need these to tuck various parts in place. Cool. Alright. Yeah, this is going to be a little awkward, but I think we can handle it. I think we can do it. So, let's see. How are we going to pull this off? Let's see. So we want to put. Maybe we should have run the wires through. I think I made a mistake. I don't think I left a slot to run the wires through. Yeah, because this part right here, there's no way to get the wire in. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doodles. Let's see. Maybe we can shove the feather in sideways. Now let's pull the battery out. Make our lives easier. Where did I put that tweezer? Did I put it back? I think I put it back. Yeah, let's pull the battery out. Make our life a little easier. Let's see. Let's see if I can run this through. It's a tight fit. I don't think we're going to make it. Yeah, won't fit. I made a boo-boo. Alright. We can cut a hole in it. Yeah, I think we have to cut a hole in it. I don't want to desolder all these wires. Alternately, maybe we could shove this in sideways. Can we fit the display through here? No. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. Okay. Let me try to keep everything in frame. So we're going to pull this out. Remember that the conductors have to face upwards. Conductors face up. All right. And let's see. So this is going to go like so. Shove this through here. Give ourselves some slack. Yep, there we go. Problem solved, mischief managed. Here's another question. Do we want to keep using this one, or do we want to pull the plastic film off the others? The other one's going to be a little less scratched. Let's see how scratched this is. Let's see. I swear I just heard a crack, but I don't see any cracks. Say crack again. Did I just hear a crack? No, I don't think so. There's nothing else that's happening. All right, let's put a little alcohol on our rag. Alcohol solves all our problems. Yeah, let's polish it up a little bit and just make sure that it's not too heavily scratched. Because again, people will see the scratches instead of the project. Nah, it's not too scratched. I think it's fine. So, let's orient everything. This is going to go like so. So let's, alright, put it like here, conductor side up. Snap it in. And now let's seat everything. Careful. Let's clear some of this crud out. Careful. Don't want to rip anything. All right. Put it in. Oh, it's so much easier because we cleared out that. So much easier because we used the Modify 3D to open up the slot, but now we're not going in the corner. Maybe I caused some damage there when I was trying to clean it out. Just trying to push this bit in. Come on, it's got to bottom out. Not bottoming out. What do we got? I think there's a little bit of little seam there. Come on. Yeah. All right. We're gonna reverse course, clean this up a little more. Let's see. Yeah, there's not a lot of clearance here, so the tolerances are on the tight side. So I'm being very careful to avoid punching through and cutting myself. But yeah, our tolerances are tight. So this thing has to be as close to the inner dimensions here have to be as close to perfect as we can get them. So let's get the knife in there and keep on trimming. Let's trim this down inside a little bit at the bottom. All right, let's see if this fits any better. Might even want to disconnect the display to do our test fits. Reduce the amount of torque, of torquing. Still no good. Still not going in. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's open this up. Come on. Open this up. Pull it out. Yeah, that way I don't have to worry so much about it twisting while I try to... Oh, the cable twisting while I try to put it in. It's not bottoming out, so something is getting in the way. So let's see if we can figure out where it is. It seems to be in here. Let's grab a pokey thing. Yeah, over the overhang. Yeah, the support material is. I still haven't dialed that in right, so the supported bit is still not close enough. We only have, I think we only have 0.5 millimeter of tolerance here, or 0.5 millimeter of clearance. So our dimensions have to be pretty close to perfect. Pardon me if I keep bringing this out of frame, and if I have missed any super chats, because I'm trying to focus here. I'll be back in just a sec. So, but I really want to try to nail this. Come on. See if this helps. Nope, no good. Helped a tiny bit, but we're still far from bottoming out. Yeah, it should go down to about here, but it's not. It's only going about here. Yeah, I know it's a little on the frustrating side to watch. I tried to mitigate it by adding little mouse bites in the corners, little cutouts, but it still doesn't seem to be good enough. Is this still hot? Yeah, maybe we can get this in and yep. Get this in, press the sides back. Yeah. Oh, let me do this closer to the center. So yeah, I'm putting in the tool and I'm just pressing the sides to just open up some more room. It's very thin, so it's going to heat up and start to get molten, start to get soft. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. Actually, let's lean into that. Heat it up a bit more, and then I'm going to push this in while it's still molten, and maybe that will help it fit. Like this. Come on. Oh, part of the way. Looks like we have another obstruction in the inner corner here. So we're gonna do the same. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna get the tool in there, and we're just gonna press the sides flat. Maybe I think when I was dealing with that little bit of support material, it wouldn't come out. I think when I pressed it up against the wall, I thickened up the wall by a fraction of a millimeter, but still enough to make this unable to fit. All right, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. I think that's what I'm looking for. Let's grab the other one and test fit it. The other one fit fairly well. So let's see. Let's make sure the other side fits as well. This one was working. Yeah, this one was working fine before. Okay. So I think this is good enough. It might still. I think it's still a bit too high. Let's make sure none of this touches the tool. We don't want to prematurely melt anything. So I'm just going in there and sharpening up the corner. Here we go. All right. Yep, sharpening up the corner. And now that is pretty darn close to bottomed out. So I think we should be clear to proceed. Watch, like, after all this is done, like, oh, something ripped along the way, or I, like, cracked the display, and we have to start over. Carefully put this zero input force socket, a ZIF. That's what they call it. Is this backwards? Did I put this in upside down? I did put this in upside down. This is supposed to go in like here. All right, let's bring this back to the center of the frame. gently, gently lower this down. Being very careful to keep the ribbon cable from pinching and getting a crease. Don't want to be in the crease. This is where our guitar pick comes in. Use that to gently tuck the cable in. Alright, looks like we're not out of the woods. Oh, never mind. I was just going to say it because our connector's not bottomed out, but I think that's pretty close. So yeah, let's add on the other part. Let's see. I hope this fits. I did a test fit, but you never know. You never do know. Alright, we just have to carefully push this out of the way. Gotta keep our ribbon cable under control. I think this is a job for the spudger. Yep, real name for this tool. It's a spudger, for spudging apparently. Come on! Seems like it's almost not lined up. Is it possible I printed two different versions of this and mixed them up? Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I'm going to start assembling this from the other side. Yeah, here we go. Use our spudger to spudge these wires into place. Come on. Almost. Before I apply any pressure, I just want to make sure that our cables are lined up and we're not going to be creasing or pinching anything. Alright, looks like we got a problem. The compartment that, the compartment that this bit here is in. Oh, yep, there it is. We missed a piece of support material. Yep, it's still in there. Kuzai Kami, thanks a lot for the very generous, super chat. I really appreciate it. Watching you work with knives and hot things gives me secondhand anxiety, but thanks for the content and for inspiring me to finish my project. You don't have to be anxious. Remember, I'm the one getting hurt. You're fine. I think that's a problem right there. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. I try to be as safe as possible when there's a camera pointed at me. So, yeah. I know there are some people who can't stand watching the danger from a distance. So I generally try to do stuff like that ahead of time. I try to do stuff like this ahead of time because I know folks don't always like watching. So I appreciate the feedback and I appreciate the support. Oh yeah, this is looking pretty good. That's looking all right. It's still not perfect, but it's close. So, real quick, I'm going to plug this in just to make sure our display is still working, that I didn't damage anything on the way. Test, test, test. Gotta test. Please work. It works. Yep. Good. We haven't damaged anything. At least not extensively enough to manifest now. So, let's glue this together. Where do we put our slow zap? Slow zap. Take it easy. Alright, so let's glue. Yeah, this is why we're using so slow zap is, I mean, it's called slow, but the really important property is that it's extra thick. Extra thick. And the reason this matters is because we don't want this like dripping in and gluing, for instance, the display. We don't want to glue the display to the to the frame. Right? Like it's okay that we're gluing the frame to itself, because like we can always crack it open if we need to like salvage parts or get at it later. But this stuff is as permanent as super glue can get. And we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we can't salvage parts. Especially because, this might break. Might break and we have to rebuild it. There's not a lot of surface area here, so I'm using a lot of glue to make sure that we make the most of the surface area we do have. So now, bring the two halves together. Where's my clamp? Where's my clamp? Here we go. Yeah, this part wasn't in a very clampy mood. It wasn't in a very stay together kind of mood, so we're gonna make a strong argument. We're gonna be extra convincing. I should really get more of these clamps. I should get more clamps. I only have 2 of them. There we go. Alrighty. We'll clamp this up. This stuff has an extended work time, so it takes about 15 minutes. I'll quickly brush off the overflow. Yeah, this stuff has a work time of about 15 minutes, so it'll take a little bit until it's cured. But we should be able to move on to other stuff while we wait. Let's see. 15 minutes is a lot for super glue. Yeah, now that I think about it, we could probably like get a drop. I'm gonna grab the thin stuff. Does this bottle still work? Yes. So this is thin super glue that likes to wick in. And now that these are in close contact, capillary action should draw this. Yep, see how it's getting sucked in? Capillary action should draw the super glue into the seam and keep it from continuing through onto the components. So just a little drop. You can see it travels the length and it's getting drawn in. Paper towels. You should avoid using super glue on paper, but it's fine. I think it's alright for cleaning it up because the surface area of the paper is so high that it sets almost instantly on the paper, so we don't have to worry about super gluing a rag to ourselves. There we go. So you can't even see the glue. It's been wicked in. It's been drawn in by capillary action. Don't worry about how gnarly the seams look, because we're gonna be smoothing those later. There we go. Just a little drop. It's gonna get sucked in. The suck. A thick suck. There we go. This stuff cures much faster. This stuff cures in only a couple seconds. Slow zap. Slow zack. These aren't lined up perfectly. That's all right. Well, we have this guy to smooth things out. So yeah, we have our wires. Let's get this. Let's recenter this so people can see what I'm actually doing. So let's try to straighten the wires out into one layer, because that'll make it easier to tuck the wires into that little slot form one by one. There we go. Come on. There we are. Close enough. All right. So yep, they're all straightened out. So I'm gonna go into the grabby things department, find some forceps, and just clamp these together. Actually, I'm going to clamp them a little further down so that they don't put as much strain on the board and get pulled out. All right. So we've got these in rough order. Yeah, let's tuck them into our headband piece. Let's just clear out a couple of the stray plastic fragments. I don't see any more support material in here, but I have been deceived a number of times today. So yeah, let's tuck these wires in one by one. Let's see. This guy should go in like so. We can mount this thing. Yeah. So this little compartment is where the feather lives. So we'll put that in its home for now. Maybe we should have done this in the other direction. Let's see here. Or is this supposed to go in like this? I think this is supposed to go in like this. Yep. Let me see. Just trying to figure out the best orientation for everything. If we put this in like so, will there be enough room? I don't think there will be. This is the only way it's going to go in. Okay, so let's wire up the battery. And we have to be careful not to short anything because we are live. So let's tuck in. Oh, here we go. Let's tuck in the battery. Let's tuck in here. Very nice. There are. John Clayton says, "Is this open source? The idea of a HUD teleprompter is an awesome idea. I'd like to make one." This will be open source, but you're not going to want to build it because it's not going to work. This is a demonstration project to prove why this type of component can't work for this type of project. And yeah, you'll see why in the video, but for now I guess you'll just have to trust me. Yeah, this is not a solution. Like, this isn't going to be a usable wearable. It's going to look like one. That's the fun part. So hopefully our wires, looks like our wires are a bit long. I hope they're not too long. Yeah, it's going to look like a working one, but it's not. It's not going to do the job. And you'll see why. You'll see why in the video. Yeah, it is a cool looking. It is looking pretty sick though. I really want to get to the. Even if we might skip the next part, do the code, to jump straight to the following part. Look rad, depending on how quickly the glue sets up. All right, we're just gonna keep running these wires, keep tucking these wires in one by one. I'll have to figure out where to put the slack. I hope there's enough room in the electronics compartment to tuck them, but we may have to cut them and resolder them. Again, it's better to estimate too high than better to estimate wires that are too long than wires that are too short, because you can't cut wire back on. We can always cut more wire off, but we can't cut more wire on. Let's use our little guitar pick to get this wire into place. Alright, next one is our white that's standing in for ground. Let's see, I'm trying not to block this, but I'm definitely having a hard time of it. Ribbon cable could have worked, but I think it would have been harder to solder up in the first place. If this were, if I were planning on making more of these, I would definitely be using a ribbon cable. Definitely. Yeah, if I was making more of these, I'd be using a ribbon cable, because then I could spend time to, like, you know, I'd make some circuit boards, and we'd just be able to plug those in. Yeah, no, all that. Using a guitar pick because it's not conductive and it's also blunt. It's not going to cut through any wires, and it's not going to short anything, even if it does. So let's keep this going. These wires aren't staying put, so we're just going to have to get them. My goal here is to get each wire at least a little bit in there. So, because once the whole set is, then we can just mash them all down at once and, you know, jam a piece of tape or some blue tack or something in there to seal the deal. I hope they all fit on one side. It'll make it a lot easier to close this thing up. See, we only got 3 wires left, so I think we're in luck. So let's go. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Tuck, 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 tuck. Tuck, 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 tuck. John Clayton asks, is a problem of focus. I wear contacts and I can get a different prescription for that eye. It is, but you couldn't possibly get glasses powerful enough to see it. Not a chance. They'd be as thick as your eye. Yeah, even the most Coke bottle reading glasses couldn't. Like, you need a magnifying glass, and even then, it would be hard to see. Even the most Coke bottle of glasses would make it impossible. No, don't worry. Like, if it sounds like I'm frustrated explaining this, I am profoundly frustrated explaining this. That's why I'm making this. That's why I'm making this video and this project, because I'm going to slam the door on this issue for once and ever. As soon as this video is up, I am going to create a macro on my computer, so like I can just type like 3 keystrokes and I'll create a link to that video, so that everyone can know why you can't build a heads-up display with a clear OLED. But who knows? I might be wrong. Part of the scientific process, right? It's a process of discovery. Sometimes it makes sense to test hypotheses that you think are wrong in addition to the ones that you think are right. Yeah, so our null hypothesis in this case is that, I'm going to start using the spudger. Yeah, our null hypothesis here is that you can't make a wearable with a transparent OLED. But we'll see how that plays out. Live with Will says, I'm interested how you're going to show us the eye can't focus on it. I mean, I could spoil it right now. Just take your phone and shove it. Take your phone, put an inch away from your face, and focus on it. And then try to explain how that would be different if your phone were clear. Yeah, that's the long and short of it. Is that yeah, the problem, the fact that it's clear is a red herring. It's not relevant. The issue isn't that it's clear. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's clear. The issue is that it's too close to your eye. Just try it. Try to focus on something an inch away from your eye. It's not physically possible. The human eye can't do it. You can only even if you have even if you're young and you have very strong eyes, you can still only focus on something about 4 inches away from you. Even then, that's with intense effort. Yeah, so I'm applying a little bit of tape here to keep these from popping out while I gently ram them in place. If you're very, very short-sighted, I still don't think you'd be able to do it. I still don't think you'd be able to focus on something that close. I think you would be able to focus on something a couple inches from your eye, but definitely not under an inch. I don't think it's possible. It's just too close. It's just too close. Yeah. I don't even think I could focus a camera. You need a serious macro lens to focus a camera on something that close. Alright, so these wires are far too long. I'm going to pull this, so let's get some more wire in here. I'm going to pull this out and let's pull through the slack. Yeah, these wires are just massively too long. Far too long. So let's try to pull these through without allowing them to wiggle their way loose. Come on, in you go. Do I have to pull these one by one? I think I do. So we have some ability to... Oh, jeez. Alright, yeah, I'm going to pull these wires through one by one. Lazy approach doesn't pay off today. Try to, just grab the whole thing and yank them. Come on. This wire's not going through. This wire's not moving. I think they're packed in too tight. I think I might have made a minor mistake. I assumed I'd be able to pull the entire bundle of wires, but there's just too much friction. Yeah. So, I don't think we need the forceps anymore. Do we have any ability to tuck these in here? Not really. These wires have to be pretty much cut to the exact length, it looks like. So, pull these through one by one. Some of them might have got crossed. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. All right. Well, let's do the best we can. We might have to pull them out and start over. I think I might have taken the wrong approach here. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the only way to do this. Yeah, we have to rip the wires out and start over. Unfortunately, this was the only way to do this without having to use tons of support material. I couldn't have the headband open in the other direction. It just wouldn't work. So yeah. Oh well. Look, it's part of the process. You can't plan everything in advance. Sometimes you have to take a guess and discover it's not going to work. Ah, well. Yeah. All right. We'll shove these in, and then we'll hook this in place. We'll glue it later, but then we'll be able to trim the wires down and just get those in position. All right. So let's get these wires. Let's get these wires in. I know it's not the most exciting. Doesn't matter if you use a Fresnel lens. Here, if you don't believe me, right? You don't believe me. Why are VR headsets so thick? Why would they make that display 4 inches from your face if they could just not? Like if they could just put it an inch away from your face and put a lens in between. Why would they make the Oculus Rift so wide? It's because they can't. It's because the heads up, like these VR wearable displays are as they put the display as close to your eye as our optical systems are capable of making work. Yeah, the fact that they can only be like 2 to 4 inches from your face already is really impressive. But yeah, you don't have to believe me, right? Like, feel free to grab some parts of your own and prove me wrong, or find a feel free to find a counterexample of a product that's already been made. But I don't think you're going to find it. I think there are practical limits to what one can do with a lens. There's just not enough room to work with. And if we're planning on making it comfortable, it makes life even harder. Yeah. It's pretty neat. Flame Solus says, it depends. My Avigant glyphs don't have that issue, but the tech is different. You're totally correct. They don't use displays. They use technology called a virtual retinal display, but there actually is no display. I'm not sure if they use a VRD or if it's real, but basically they don't project an image that you look at. They paint. They have the way the Avian Glyph works is it draws directly on your retina. It doesn't send the image. It doesn't send the light rays into a set of optics. It sends them straight to your retina. And this means, this has a bunch of challenges. Like, it has to use laser light, because the light has to be pre-collimated. Light all has to be pointing the same direction. And I think it has to use DLP as well, because it needs the ability to choose the direction that each light ray moves in. Yeah, VRDs have their own problems in that the image has a very, very narrow viewing angle. Like, it's either dead on or it's invisible. So, but you can't turn an OLED into a VRD. It's not how it works. It's not how it works. Like, that's like turning a television into it's like turning a television into a freezer. like they're different things. So yeah. Even still, the Avian Glyph, from what I've heard, is not a great. It's not a great image. It's not very comfortable. But that's neither here nor there. That's something you put up with for the purpose of science. Let's see. The math changes slightly. I was going to say the math changes slightly if it's a binocular display, but not to the extent that it would matter here. Like, putting a second OLED in front of my eye is not going to make the first one any easier to see. I know that's what makes this frustrating to explain and to hear an explanation of, is that this doesn't sound like it should be the case. It sounds like we should have figured out a way around it, but it's not an issue of figuring out a way around it, because it's physics. You can't fight physics. The power of a lens depends on its physical size. Yes, even a Fresnel lens, even a Fresnel lens. So there are practical limits on what you can accomplish with it, trying to focus something at a certain distance. Yeah, Fresnel lenses. They also have their own problems. Big one being diffraction, which if you think about it, it'd have to be a particularly fine lens, even if you were able to use it. Like, it would have, the ridges would have to be very close together, because it's close to your eye, you can see them. The diffraction is going to cause fringing and make it hard to make out details because of quantum stuff. Oh yeah, everybody gangster until quantum phenomena become macroscopic. Alright, I think I might have still not tucked this in enough. I have this curved spudger here, and I'm going to use that, and that is going to be more aggressive at tucking wires in. Aggressive tucking. Initiate. You don't always have to tuck it hard. In fact, sometimes it's not right to do. Man, if I didn't have Tenacious D references, I would have nothing to say. This is real tight. Oh man, this is really hard to tuck all these wires in. I think this is a situation where you have to tuck it hard. Yeah, the wires are overlapping. It's making them too thick to fit. This is just an intrinsic challenge of making any wearable. Normally you just make your thing big and boxy and chunky. Your projects don't have to look good normally, but when it's a wearable, the form factor is relevant. So yeah. This is when we glue this together, we're going to have to hold it. We're going to have to... There's no way... This is going to need clamping because it's trying to push itself apart. But there's no angle to get a clamp on there. So we're just going to have to hold this for, 15 minutes or whatever. I don't have a clamp that can handle something like this. I hope it fits together too. It might not. It might be the strain might be too much. Yeah. So yeah, we also have these wires. Let's see. So I'm just gonna add on another piece of gaffer tape here, just to keep this some amount in position. It's probably gonna come loose, but hopefully it holds it for a few seconds. All right, so this goes in here. And I don't think this gives us enough room to tuck all these wires. So, yeah. Let's see. Push this in here. Come on. Shovel these out of the way. You never know. It might fit. I don't think it will, though. It's just, yeah, there's just too much. Even if I'm clumping them all up. All right, look, no problem. We'll just, no problem. We'll just pull the battery out. Let's fire up the soldering iron, and let's trim them down and put them in place. Don't have to remember what goes where, right? Because you know, they're all going right back in the same hole. I'm gonna try to pull these. I'm gonna try to yank these wires through. Just give us less slack on the other side to deal with. Get that slack. Discord is like cool slack. Like, let's be honest, that's all Discord is. Discord is Slack for cool people. Alright, so let's do this bit by bit. How far do we want to cut these down? We probably want to cut them around here. Yeah, probably want to cut them around here. We don't want to cut too aggressively because we don't want to paint ourselves in a corner. We don't want to, like, end up not having enough slack to, like, shove the thing in. But yeah, one thing at a time. We're gonna need snips. We don't need forceps anymore. We need snips, and we're going to need our strips. Where's our stripper? Here it is. Very, very nice. Veldarg says, I work... Katya Purr says, the feeling when you spent 7 hours of your life watching a proof of disc concept. Look, it's the nature of the game. Nothing is... what's a way of saying it? Like, the most persuasive argument, I think, is, here, see for yourself. Then you hand it to them. Because people can... It's really easy to argue from the abstract, but when you see it in real life, it becomes harder to, like, you run out of abstractions. You have to start getting specific. So, really reduces the scope of arguments that you can make. In other words, prototypes are very powerful compared to arguments. Like, you can easily explain, like, I don't think this will work. Like, I don't think this will work, I don't think this will work. And, you might be able to say, like, yeah, but maybe if you do this, maybe if you do that. But it's another thing to say, here, play around with this, and let me know if you think of any ways we can make this work. It's very persuasive. For prototypes, like, especially of products, you have another dimension of it, which is someone says, oh, this idea is going to change the world. And you say, no, it's not. No one's going to buy this idea. Like, this idea is not good. And they say, nope, changing the world. And you say, all right, well, I built it. Why don't we go ahead and ask some people if they want to buy it? And then a couple hours later, they were like, oh my god, everything I believe is a lie. And then they pay me. Or they did. And coronavirus happened and can't get any work. So I'm making YouTube videos and streams. Oh, this is a good time to try out my new suck. Where's the suck? I thought I put it over here. Someone got me a solder sucker from my Amazon wish list. It's in the desoldering tray. Someone got me a solder sucker from. Oh, look at that! Isn't this nice? Someone got me a solder sucker from my Amazon wish list, and might as well give it a shot. I've never had a chance to use it. So let's see. Let's apply the suck. Oh, that's good suck. That's good suck. Katya Purrs says they'll still just be like, but the lens. I got their number. Okay, you got a transparent display, right? Suppose your daddy is a Middle East oil baron who is also a cryptocurrency magnate, and I don't know, he's like the king of Moldova. So you have unlimited money. So you hire a research team to build your lens. Great. Alright, so here's what you have, right? Eye. Lens. Display. Alright? See? Eye, lens, display. Light passes through the display, gets bent by the lens, hits you in the eye. How does the lens know the difference between the display light and the outside light? Because what it's doing is focusing the light from the display to make it easier to see. But if you apply that same level of focus to something further away, it's going to distort it too far for you to see that. So you will now instead of having a clear view of the world with a distorted lens, or with a distorted screen, you'll have a clear screen with a distorted world. In that case, why bother making it clear? You can't see the world anyways. QED. I didn't even need to open up this. There's a second 3-volt pad here. I didn't even need to desolder it. I just wanted to use the solder sucker. It's so fancy. It's this engineer one. Oh, it's such a luxurious solder sucker. I never thought luxury could be applied to something like that. Marvin Huth says second lens behind the display. Okay, but but then that alters the field. All right, but that's going to alter the field of view, right? It's going to alter the field of view because you're applying a focal. Because you are applying a lens that's a different focal length than your eye, so it's going to alter the field of view, so the view in your left and right eyes won't be the same. You'll be cross-eyed. Yeah. So, yeah, that wouldn't work either, because you'd be altering the field of view. You'd have to alter your other eye's field of view in the same way. And that I think would get old in a hurry. So the obvious... I don't want to... I don't know. I'm not sure where I stand about spoilers. But, what am I saying? There are only 500 people listening. Fine. How do other wearable displays do it? That's the $10 million question, because that's how much custom optics take. How do they do it? Well, the display isn't clear. Instead, only the final part of the optical system between the screen and your eye has to be clear. So in Google Glass, the display isn't clear. In fact, the display is a mirror in Google Glass. If you want to be really, really particular about it, the display is a mirror. So light only bounces off of it. It's because it's LCOS. It's a DLP. Basically, it's an array of micro mirrors on a chip. And Google Glass and the image driver tilts those mirrors to either send light into your eye from that pixel or send it away. And so none of that is transparent. Only the last part, the beam splitting mirror that sends it into your eye. Only that has to be clear. Yep. This is hard to keep. It's hard to keep this thing steady while I'm desoldering it. So let's get myself a helping hand. I think getting the one with the 4 helping hands was a little bit of overkill. I think I might have made a boo-boo on that one. Yeah. So that's the trick. So if you're using, basically, if you're using an optical system, the other aspect of this is, if you're using an optical system, it doesn't matter where you put the display, right? Because you're going to need to like do a little reflection, a little focusing. Let me turn this a little. You're going to need to do some. You need to reflect it. You're going to need to focus it, right? Like, the optics do have to be a certain distance apart in order for their properties to work. So you're going to want to wrap it around generally the side of the temple. And if you're doing all that, you put the display wherever the hell you want. It doesn't have to be clear. You don't want it to be clear, because then you'll get light passing through, and you don't want to see that. you want to see the display in the real world. You don't want to see the side of your head, the display in the real world. Yup. Just don't forget, when a solution seems obvious, you're wrong. All the obvious solutions have been done by now. I should put that line in the script. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, we've been building technology We've been building technology for 20,000 years, and we've known what we were doing for about 50 of them. So the low-hanging fruit are getting picked. Yeah, Google Glass is a particularly cool set of optics. That was beyond ahead of its time. That was ahead of our time. Like, if Google Glass released right now, no changes at all, people would give a little bit of crap about like how weak its processor is. But otherwise, like, people would be talking about how advanced it is. Google Glass was unbelievably ahead of its time. I don't even want to think about how much, like, the amount of money that it took for them to set up that production line to actually make them is unfathomable. I couldn't possibly make an estimate of that. I wouldn't be surprised if it broke $100 million. I have my conspiracy theory about why Google Glass was allowed to happen, but it is pure speculation and probably libel as well, or slander, because it's spoken. It's probably slander, so I'm not gonna say it, at least not here. But yeah, the fact that it happened is miraculous, to say the least. People are so preoccupied with, like, people just want to stick it to the man so hard. They just want to say, "Ha! Google failed!" so hard, they completely forget. All people focus on is the fact that it didn't sell that well. It's a miraculous piece of engineering. And, it's the same with, you see this in a lot of places, like, same with the Juicero, for instance. I mean, that engineering shouldn't have been that good. Like, there's no purpose, there's no reason to make the engineering that crazy, but it is still a feat of engineering. But people just want to say, look at those people who thought they were so smart. Look at those people who thought they were so smart. Yeah, how smart are you? You're so... In reality, they're forgetting that, like, these guys put a 20-ton press on your kitchen table. Just like Google Glass. Like, the display technology in it is nuts. It's crazy. And the fact that they fit the whole computer in there. And the battery life was actually pretty good. Like, the last update to Google Glass boosted the battery life to up to 12 hours. The battery was the size of 3 quarters stacked on top of each other. Oh my god. Oh my god. Juicero that one especially gets me. Juicero is a very expensive juicer on Kickstarter. That the thing that screwed them was the business model. Like, clearly they promised they promised a razor and blades business model where they'd ship you, like, basically pre-packaged fruit that, like, it's like a cold press machine, and they ship you, like, a monthly supply of, like, pre-packaged fruit, but, like, the packaging process ended up partially cooking the fruit, so you didn't even need the Juicero to get most of the juice out. All they had to do to salvage that entire operation was just release a bag that you could put your own fruit in. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do. And they could have turned it around. But nope, they promised the venture capitalists that they were going to do a razor and blades model. I have a conspiracy theory about Juicero as well. I feel more comfortable saying that one because they don't really exist anymore. I think Juicero was a scam. Oh yeah, hot take. Great job, Zach. Not a scam from the consumers, though. It wasn't supposed to scam customers. It was to scam venture capitalists. I think Juicero was created to divert money from venture capital funds to a machinist. Basically, I think they double-dealed with an engineering company because the engineering is crazy, and the fabrication techniques they used were also crazy. So I think the whole thing was a scam to funnel venture capitalist money into a machinist company, so they could then, after the company fails, they could purse it out and they could split the booty. Yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. I think Juicero was a scam on venture capitalists, which is not something, I don't know. It's for some reason it's just not something you think of too often. You don't think you. It's tempting to think of VCs as like these are guys who handle money for a living. Like it seems kind of silly that they would be vulnerable to a scam. But on the other hand, like, who are you going to scam? The people with the money. And who has more money than a venture capitalist? I think it was a big brain play to scam money out of VCs, and I think the Kickstarter was a perfectly picked way to fail as fast as possible. I think the whole thing was orchestrated to tie up as much money as possible in expensive engineering and production, and then tank the company as aggressively as possible, so fast that the VCs can't raise extra money to keep it around, and they don't even have time to fire the board of directors. The difference between the quality of the engineering and the quality of the strategy is so bananas far. There's no way the same people made both those decisions. Sure, it could have been a simple case of, I don't know, like VC overreach, but I don't know. Today some folks were asking what we're doing. Today we're building a heads-up display. We're building a heads-up display using a transparent display, a transparent OLED. It's going to look pretty sick. And it's not going to do much else. But, yeah. Basically, it's a good pretense to teach everyone a little bit of optics. It's also a part I've wanted to use for a very long time. Yeah, it's very difficult for, like, so if a VC gets scammed by the company they're investing in, it's actually extremely difficult for them to get that money back, especially if a lot of it's already been spent. That's why they did a hardware startup instead of a software startup, because in a hardware company, you have to lay out the money first. You can't go to market until you've already manufactured everything. The cash has already left the company. If it was a software company, the money is, like, sure, you have your non-recurring engineering, you have basically your costs to build the site, but most of that money is earmarked to pay for employees. It's earmarked to pay for salaries and hosting and infrastructure and air-on chairs. But for a hardware company, you need inventory. So by the time the VCs knew what was happening, the money had already left. And can't go after and if they structured it right, it would be basically impossible for them to go after the founders and the executives personally. They'd have to pierce a corporate veil of a bankrupt company. Have fun with that. Azundo, thank you so much for the exceptionally generous Canadian peso donation. 69 Canadian pesos. Nice. Thank you so much. It's super generous. I really appreciate it. You really go above and beyond. Let's give this person, I don't know if it's him, give this person a nice. let's get a chorus of nices in chat. That was a very nice donation. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you so much for supporting Voidstar Lab in the sexiest possible way. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much for I think it's Alexander. I think someone told me it was someone told me this was pronounced Alexander. Thank you so much for the 169 ruble. Thank you tremendously. It's super generous. Conspiracy theories video when? I actually have the Google Glass conspiracy video the Google Glass conspiracy video has been thoroughly researched and mostly written. It's just not. I have to. It's a really big shot to fire. So it's really three. In a way, it's sort of like 3 or 4 topics. So it's a real tricky video, and I want to make sure first that I have all my facts straight, because there's some heavy stuff in there. The second part is that I want to wait until Google Glass is back in the news, because I think it's a killer video concept. But I don't think a lot of folks even remember what Google Glass is. It was almost a decade ago. I think it might even have been a decade ago, now I'm thinking about it. I don't remember if it released in 2012 or 2011. So it might actually have been a decade ago. Maybe even earlier. Maybe it was announced in 2010. But yeah. Anyways, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the generous donations, generous super chats. I really appreciate it. Azundo, you are generous beyond generosity. Also, man, this solder sucker is the greatest. Oh, such a suck. This is the engineer brand. People have been telling me to get this thing for literally my entire career, and I finally did it, and they were right. This is the greatest sucker of all the solder in all the land. Yeah, this thing's sick. It has a silicone tip, so you can get it like flush against the pad, get that airtight seal, and it's super small. It's like nice and small, so you can actually like prime it with your thumb. It is a nice suck. It is a nice suck. I really appreciate it. Google Glass had a neat UI. Google Glass was a cool product. I think it was. I get what they were trying to. I think Google Glass was a failure. No one can argue that. But I think it was a strategic failure, and they should have known better. I think they did know better. I think they knew better. But there were mitigating factors that were affecting their judgment. I think the project went out of control, and it was all according to plan. I don't think there ever... Veldarg asks, Google Glass emulator when? Well, I couldn't possibly program something like that, but I don't think there ever was... I can't remember if there was an emulator. I think there was. An emulator. I believe you could use the Android Wear emulator to run Google Glass apps. I think there was an emulator. But they finished it too late. By the time it released, they had already kind of missed the boat to get a developer ecosystem. The main problem with Glass is there weren't enough apps. Which, I feel like you could say that about most technology released in that time period. But why they decided to focus on art and self-expression and exploration over functionality, I think... Like, nobody thinks about it. You can only think about it like that. Like, this is Google, right? Like, this is Google. Android was very popular at the time. Like, that was around the time that Android was getting a lead on Apple. Not starting to. At that point, it was. So they knew what they were doing. They knew how to develop for developers. They knew how to court developers. Like, they had developers. They had armies of developers. Why did Glass have so few apps? Why did they focus so much on the camera side and not on apps? I think that, and I think that's where the fun happens. Because what they ended up focusing on has not, like, you remember the If I Had Glass, or a Day Through Glass trailer, the trailer that started it all? That was very app-driven. That was a lot of functionality. In fact, that was somewhere between... Basically what they were showing off was sort of like almost like Siri. It was very Siri-like. So they knew better. I don't know. I think it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy, man. The long and short, yeah, I'm not going to go into specifics, but the long and short of it is, I think the idea was to tie up Sergey Brin so that they could... Basically, they could tie up Sergey Brin so they could consolidate power and become, this big multinational corporation. I think Sergey was getting in the way of becoming Alphabet and taking over the world. And, he had too much... His voting stake was too powerful. It was slowing them down. So they gave him a skunk works to distract him while they were 80s guys. And then they used some creative techniques to torpedo that operation and discredit him, along with all of his loyalists. But Ramu Kapelasa asks Steam Deck thoughts. So many people are mixing up Steam Deck for Stream Deck. I've been asked this a lot. What could I possibly say about it? I mean, it's a Linux game console. Like Valve says every game will be compatible. That cannot be possible. That's not possible unless it's like one of these on live Google Stadia things where the game is actually being rendered on a server and then just streaming. And I think they tried that, right? Like, it didn't work. I'm very skeptical. But look, it's a piece of... I mean, if that's what you want, then, I think it's all right. The real problem with any sort of PC game handheld is that PC games aren't designed to be played on handhelds. They're designed to be played on PCs, right? Like, they're games built for mice and keyboards. I think Katya Purz is totally right. It's going to be a great emulator. I think it's going to be a sick emulation platform because so many of those emulators are already targeting Linux in the first place. So I think it's going to be great for emulators. I don't know. It's not a product I would want. I prefer my PC gaming to be on a PC. I like the mouse and keyboard. I like being able to, get close to the screen. Let's see if I can fit this in. Come on. See if we can tuck all this in. The tuck. I mean, I don't know. It's not a product it's not a product I would buy. I did reserve one because the hype is real, and I do have to make content. I do have to keep the content flowing. But am I gonna play a lot of games on it? I doubt it. I have a PC. I just built a PC. I just did a video about it. Yeah. I got plenty to keep me occupied on the toilet. Don't worry. But when it does come out, I think when it does come out, if it comes out, I should say, if it does come out, I want to make a Steam Deck, Stream Deck, Cyber Deck. So I'll make a Cyber Deck that can control my streams out of the Steam Deck. I'll call it the Triple Decker. Pretty funny name, actually. It actually came out funnier than I expected. I wish I'd left a little more room here to get this battery wire in because I'm having a very hard time. Getting this guy in. Come on, gotta be gentle. I don't wanna start a lithium fire. There we go. All right. This is going to be a bit of a squeeze, but I think it's doable. Alright, so now for the fun part. I've got to glue this up, and then I have to kill time for like 15 minutes, so that the glue can dry. Yeah, the upper decker. That's pure class right there. The upper decker, the most nefarious thing you can do at a house party. All right. Let's try to glue this without getting too much onto the wires. The wires are silicone, actually. The wires are silicone, so glue shouldn't really stick that well to them. Even if they do get covered, it should just flake off. Still, I don't want to tempt fate. All right, here we go. Let's use the Freedman clamp, as they call it. All right, isn't this exciting? I really should have shoved a tendy in my mouth before holding this. This is gonna make my arms hurt, isn't it? Eric Hansen said, "Did you use magnets on the cyber deck?" Yeah, they're the dock for the viewfind has a magnet in it because the viewfind attaches to the glasses and stuff using a magnet. So I put a similar magnet on the cyber deck so that it attaches in there. E36UK asks, "How much do you estimate this build cost in bucks?" Display was around 20. Let's say display was around 25. Driver board was around 25. The feather costs about 25. The battery is about $10, and there's some plastic and wires in there. So I'd say in the neighborhood of $100, somewhere in the neighborhood. Yeah, somewhere of the sort. Yeah, the Vildarg makes an important point. Sounds like the makers are going to use the Steam Deck for everything but playing games. I think that's plausible. Think of like the GPD series, right? The GPD Win, GPD Pocket. They're pocket-sized laptops designed for gaming, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone use them for gaming. I think they're most commonly used for like as tiny laptops, right? Like to do work on, to bring into the field, to run diagnostics, for pen testing. Like as a tiny gaming laptop, they're kind of worthless, but as a tiny powerful laptop for work, as a micro workstation, it's pretty sick. The Steam Deck, unfortunately, cut itself off. Like it slammed the door on itself in that respect because it doesn't have any buttons. It's got thumbsticks. So yeah, Baum Invention says GPDs have weak graphics for gaming. Yeah, I mean, look, it's still doable. Especially on top of that, the graphics don't have to be that crazy because the screen is physically small, so you don't have to worry about stuff like anti-aliasing or anisotropic filtering, or really draw distance either, because you can't see it. Yeah, the Steam Deck it's literally a games console version. It's like a Nintendo Switch, except it's a Linux computer. Yeah. Prowler Striker says, "Do you have any other builds that you haven't shown on YouTube yet?" There's a Patreon matrix. The Patrix. That I haven't really shown anyone. Actually, all of my stream gear. A lot of my stream gear is homemade, and I haven't really shown those. Yeah, we've got the Patreon matrix. We have my overhead camera with its ring light. We have the mid monitor mount. This webcam isn't on the top of my monitor. It's in the middle of the monitor. So as I read chat and I respond to it, I can look you right in the eye. Yeah. I got a ring light built into the monitor itself. I've got some random knickknacks and how I arrange the desk to make it easier to stream. I don't know. I haven't been making as many lately. I honestly, for stuff like that, I just forget I make it. Yeah. Of course, the E3, like the tool changer printer. Yeah, that one, the E3D tool changer printer. That is probably not going to have its own dedicated video, but it is a pretty significant project for the channel. Yeah. Nate Hubbard says, "I love this shameless Patreon plug." That was unintentional. I'm just very proud of that Matrix. Yeah, I'm just very proud of that project because it came together in a very short time. I think I built it in only 2 days. Yeah. John Clayton says, DIY Perks made a thing like that for Zoom chats to look into the camera while reading chat. I think it's very powerful. I forget where I heard it. I think I heard it from like Alpha Gaming, one of these like how to stream channels. And that guy he takes his picture quality he takes the quality of his streams very seriously. So this guy friggin' has a full-size Blackmagic 4K, a foot wide, like almost a foot wide, sitting on his desk, blocking most of the monitor so that he can look the audience right in the eye and get 4K perfect quality. So it's pretty crazy. E36UK asks, where do you get time for all this? This is a real job. Yeah, this is a real job. And like all of my experience is really in building stuff fast. So, I kind of am lucky. My phone is buzzing. I see the messages from Brooke, but I can't read them because both my hands are tied up here. I guess I could use my tongue. I guess I could E36UK, thanks a lot for the 5 quid. I really appreciate it. Quinn Davidson asks, why not its own vid for the tool changer? Not exciting enough? E3D only paid for one sponsored video, and I want to use that for the next every filament video because I think it would perform better than a video about the printer itself. So instead of getting a second free video, they got 4 free streams, which I think is a pretty good bargain. I might make a video about the printer. There's also a limited amount I can say about it because I didn't really design most of it. Like, it was, yeah. Vildarg says, so much for having a third hand. Third hands aren't, they can't apply pressure to things. They're just for holding them in place. I think this is about set. It's probably still delicate. It's probably still in a delicate state. But it's at least staying put. I actually want to add more glue here as gap filler. Yeah. I think the way they thicken up super glue is by dissolving in fragments of plastic. So it doesn't shrink as much as it cures, and you can use it to fill in gaps. This isn't going to be the nicest on top, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna hold this for now. Jesse Bofel asks, idea for a project: make a mini keyboard that slides out from behind the display for the Steam Deck. That could be pretty cool. I'm thinking of making a wearable stream deck, like basically somebody to control my streams, maybe even keep an eye on chat, but like on my wrist. So I might make one of those Raspberry Pi wearables that people keep asking me to make, Raspberry Pi wrist computer, and I might use that to control a stream. I think that could be pretty neat. Folks don't know this, but you can make a Raspberry Pi act as a peripheral, right? You can make it look like a flash drive, a network controller, a keyboard and mouse over Bluetooth or over USB, which is pretty sick. Prowler Striker asking the big questions. What's your opinion about life? Do you think we have a purpose, or is everything pointless? Sorry about the queue. I'm just really depressed. Well, I hope you cheer up, and I hope you find your purpose. I think both of those are correct. I think both of those are incorrect, I should say. I don't think we have a purpose, but I don't think life is pointless. I think we are the ones who decide what matters and what doesn't. There isn't one god in the sky. There are 7 billion tiny gods roaming around the earth, reshaping what they see the way they want it, deciding what's right and what's wrong, and what's worth doing and what's worth ignoring. So I don't think either of those are correct. I don't think we come into life with a purpose, but I think we are allowed to make one. And I know that all the conservatives here are like, you're nihilist! Yeah! I don't know why you're not allowed to make the purpose. Like, why does it always have to come from someone else? Why does Why does it have to be an organization? Why does it have to be? Why does it have to be a god? Why does it have? Why does it have to be something big? Why can't it be something small? Like, why can't your purpose be to care for a person you care about, or to raise a really nice dog, or to build cool projects, or just to play as many video games as possible? Like you're the one who comes up with it. You get to decide. You get to decide what matters. As long as you can convince other people to cooperate with you, you can. You're the one who decides. You're the one who sets the purposes. We're all tiny little gods. Except we poop. That's one thing we can do that no mythical god can. That's our power. Voldemort says not all conservatives are religious. Yeah, that's all right. That's fair. But here in America, you have to admit the overlap is significant. You have to admit it. It's. Yeah. Yeah. Look, it's really easy to get down over, not living the way other people think you should live. But you're allowed to turn it around. You're allowed to be mad at them for not living the way you want. I don't know. I don't think either of those are accurate. We get to decide what matters and what doesn't. And pretty neat to be the only sentient matter that we're aware of. I mean, let's be honest. It's pretty cool. There's plenty of matter out there, but none of it makes very good mixed drinks. Valdark says, "Isn't that why the Buddhists treat their religion's founder as a god?" I don't actually know that much about Buddhism. I don't know that much about it. If that's true, that makes me a little uncomfortable because I don't know. You shouldn't. It's not about the person, right? It's not about the person. It's about what the person discovered. And I know there are also a tremendous number of different types and sects of Buddhism. Lots of various people call themselves Buddhist and think lots of different mutually incompatible things. Don't get me started on Confucianism either. I don't even think that was supposed to be a religion. But I still think that's pretty interesting. Ramen says the universe will die a heat death, making everything eventually pointless. I used to think that. But ask yourself a question. All right, so if nothing lasts, nothing matters. All right, okay, we'll take that as a given. How long does something have to last in order to matter? Does it have to be forever? It can't be 100 billion years. It can't be a quadrillion years. It can't be a million years. It can't be until you die. It has to be infinite, or it doesn't matter. It's a bit of that's a bit austere, don't you think? Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't want to derail all our hardware hacking chat that a lot of folks came for to talk about metaphysics. But I think once you stop looking at things as a story, as something that has to matter, life gets a lot clearer and a lot more enjoyable. It doesn't have to be a saga. We don't have to live happily ever after. We don't have to vanquish evil. We can just eat a bunch of ramen and play some video games. You can just snuggle puppies. Does it matter? I don't know. It does if you want it to. Is it part of a grand narrative that other people will look back on? I mean, does it have to? How many people have to tell the story for it to matter? Can it be zero? Can it be a great story that only you know? Does it have to be billions? Does it have to be everyone forever? Yeah, you gotta. If you're gonna base your life around something so complex, better have a handle on it. Devin Wilcox, thank you so much for the chat and welcome for the super chat and welcome back. Had to hop off for a while and you're still at it. Love the community so far. You're a legend. Aw, you're too good to me. This community treats me so well. I really appreciate it. it's weird to be able to say stuff like that. That's the part that I wouldn't have guessed. If you had told me like when I was a kid, like you are gonna become a YouTuber, I'd be like, that's pretty sweet. You're gonna make cool projects all the time, and people are gonna pay you for it. I'm like, oh, well, all right, that's neat. You're going to have a community, and 8,000 people are going to join a Discord server around you. I'd be like, all right, you're full of crap. Get back in that time machine, buddy. You're drunk. That's the part I wouldn't believe, that, there would be people who, I don't know, who like me personally. I don't know. Not to be, I'm not trying to make this depressing. I just, it's not something I'd ever... Not in a depressing sense. It's just not something I'd ever gone for. Prefer fate, fortune to fame, Well, this is it. This is the final part that's got to get glued. So let's finish the job. Let's slam the door. Let's get it done. Let's grab our spudger and spudge this rogue wire into place. Come on, wire. Don't be like this. Why you gotta do me like this, wire? Why are you like this? It's actually what I have on my bin that holds all my wire. It says, "Wire we here, and what is our purpose?" I thought that was funny. Ah, beautiful. Cool. Is this gonna close? Is this gonna close up on me? Do we have where's the clamps? Where's the clamps at? We gotta get a clamp here. Give him the clamps! Meow! Yeah, we gotta get some. Yes. Baron of Clubs says it only matters if I can eat pizza at the end of the day. I mean, pizza's good, especially when it has pineapple on it. I said it, pineapple pizza rules. Everybody fight. Alright, so why is this not going together? Do we have a wire getting in the way? Because I don't see one. I don't see any wires blocking things up. Let me try to get the... Where's the guitar pick? Guitar pick's thinner. Let's try to knock the wires back into position, if that's really what's causing this. Why isn't this closing? It's weird. Oh, hey, there's a... That's why I couldn't see the wire. It's black. It's a black wire. There we go. Alright, where's the cap? Here's the cap. Let's clamp this up. Yeah, I think we kind of broke everything when we invented video games. We broke everything as a species when we invented video games. Or games in general. Because it opened up the door to realizing that everything that people spend... things that people spend their life fighting for kind of game-like in their own right. Look at that. Looking good. Looking real good. Craft Computing, thanks so much for the $5. It appears I've said the magic words. Pineapple on pizza, I knew you were a man of culture. You know what I think? I love pineapple on pizza. Like, the combination of salty and sweet is just... I love it. I think what people hate about pineapple pizza isn't the pineapple at all. I think it's the ham. Because pineapple pizza is usually Hawaiian pizza. And that's got ham and pineapple. And I don't think ham is a very good topping on pizza. I think it's too it becomes like rubbery. It becomes rubbery, and it's adding salt to what's already a very salty food. So I don't think that's very good. If instead you get a bacon pineapple pizza, now you're cooking. That is the ultimate combination of salty, sweet, chewy, crunchy, creamy, all of that. I think that's the way to go. All right, this is looking good. I think I want to fill in this gap just a little bit. and then we gotta let this dry. There's a lot of glue here, so this could take a bit. But after it's done, hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it looks pretty clean. Yeah. Hopefully this looks fairly clean. Bacon jalapeno, it's a good one. Creamy, Shiny Potato says. Yeah, it's got cheese on it. It's creamy. Yeah, it's greasy. I guess you could say greasy instead of creamy. Fine. Alright, well, it looks like the thingy is more or less assembled. We could write some code, but it's getting a little late. This is, normally I would have closed the stream down by now. But yeah, let's wait for a little, I'll keep this going for a little bit longer to give the glue a chance to set up, and, maybe I'll be able to wear this thing without gluing itself to my hair. Excellent. Azundo says mango, goat, and mushrooms. Is that a pizza? Where do you get goat pizza? It sounds delicious. I don't know. I can't think of any Italian Indian fusion places. Yeah. I guess like the only place I've ever seen goat for sale are Indian, Turkish restaurants. Yeah. It's pretty tasty though. Alexander Burgers, you seem like the authority on this, says pineapple on pizza goes well with spicy, like spicy meatballs or jellies or whatever. Yup. Pretty good stuff. I concur. Mr. Cat says, you're making something you can never reopen. That is correct. I mean, I can reopen it. Once. Oh, goat cheese. Goat cheese and pineapple. Huh. That could be interesting. I'm worried that the funkiness of the goat cheese might fight with the flavor of the pineapple. But that could be interesting. Huh. I gotta think. I've had a barbecue sauce pizza. It's not even a pizza, really. I mean, like, basically a barbecue sauce pizza with Monterey Jack, grilled chicken, red onions, and pineapple. It sounds weird. It's not really a pizza. I mean, whether it's a pizza or not, I think is up for debate, but it is very tasty, and I would strongly recommend it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Sweet and savory. It's a good combo. It's combo wombo. Peter Mead asks, got the plans for the headset available? No, I haven't built it yet. No, I never put up plans until I have had a chance to build and test the project, because I don't want other people wasting their time running down a dead end. Azundo says, nope, actual shish goat and chutney. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicioso. Yeah, that sounds pretty satisfying. I want to give that a shot. Cuban sandwich pizza. Oh, man, Red Baron. I want to find out where Mellow Mushroom is. I love a Cuban. I love them. Although it was really hard to find a decent one in New York. Really kind of weird when you think about it, but yeah, there's no good. You can't find a really good Cubano in most parts of New York. You get decent ones in Queens, but yeah, they use the wrong bread. They use ciabatta. They use ciabatta, and there's some different kind of ham going on in there. It's just not the same. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about pizza, huh? Cedric Shack says, I'm about to build your AI data glove. Be careful, like, check everything first. The IMU is no longer in production, and I've had it's not easy to get the training utility set up on your computer. I never had a chance to properly finish that project. Eventually, I gotta revisit it. So there was this place called Carava's that was right. Remember the Fat Cat Fab Lab, like the place in the West Village where my old workshop was? Well, across the street was a pizza place called Carava's, and they went out of business a few years ago. But Carava's had a Nutella banana pizza. It was super delicious. So there were three things that Carava's was famous for. The first was the dessert pizza. The second was the stuffed pizza. They had like a pizza stromboli hybrid that could feed you. It could feed like, you bought a whole pizza that could feed like 4 stoners for like a week. The third is because drag queens would fight each other outside Carrabba's. Drag queen pizza. Yep, Brooke calls it. Drag queens would pick fights outside Carrabba's. And I don't mean like one time in 2014 a couple drag queens picked a fight. No, I mean like the majority of days a week, men dressed like women would rip each other's fake weave out, like, on the daily. They would fight on the inside too. Brooke is correct. It was a thing. It was a real thing. Bad with Computer says, I love an egg cracked in the center of my pizza. Do we have some Japanese people in chat? What time is it in Japan right now? That's a very Japanese thing. A pineapple cracked in the... Dinner on a show, not stop is correct. People who went there knew exactly what they were getting. Oh man, that was fun. Bad with Computer, are you Japanese? Because I haven't heard of anyone else cracking eggs on pizza. UK? Huh, I didn't know that was a... Really? I thought that was a strictly Japanese thing. I didn't know. Grant Drouse says, Nebraskan, I love egg on my pizza. I only heard of that in Japan, with eggs and mayo thrown on top. Japanese pizzas are awesome. I want to try Japanese pizza. Drag Queen Pizza was a legend. It was a critical part of the LGBT scene in the West Village, which makes it one of the most important LGBT locations worldwide. Ripperoni, pepperoni. Fried eggs are great. Not Stop says corn on pizza, yes or no? Corn on pizza's not bad, but it's just people don't think about it. It's weird. You just don't. You don't see it very often. Does Domino's sell it? Kanya Purse says mayo pizza. Oh my god, no! It's not. This isn't Hellman's. It's not the same stuff. It's not like Hellman's mayo, like the white jiggly stuff. It's Japanese mayo, which is made with nothing but egg yolks, and is just rich and creamy. Brooke is trying to get my attention and says, notice me! Zach, there's a mellow mushroom pizza downtown. We can go. Brooke, do they have that pizza? Or is it maybe like a regional thing? Do they have that pizza? PhotoDeus asks, wait, did we quit building and go for pizza debate? No, we're waiting for the glue to set up so I can put this on without super gluing it to my head. Yeah, it's called, the mayo is called Kewpie mayo. And it is a different animal than mayo. Believe it or not, it's significantly worse for you than regular mayo. But, yeah, you don't make recipes with it. You drizzle it on in a very thin line. It's a different beast. Yeah. If you've ever had, it's closer to hollandaise, almost. It's more like a thick hollandaise. Brooke says, I don't know, I already forgot what pizza it is. It's the one with the pineapple on it. You can put an egg on anything. That is true. Pizzas. Owen P says, while the glue dries, an idea for the cyber deck. Auto benchy button that works with auto print to fire off a benchy whenever you decide. Oh, Cuban pizza, that's right. It wasn't a pineapple pizza. It was a Cuban sandwich pizza. It's a Cubano pizza. That sounds tasty. I have never had mustard on a pizza, and I am looking forward to that. Backy Lou says pineapple or orange on pizza. Orange on pizza is not a thing you can find. I've never seen that here in the States. Yeah, I've never seen that here in the States. I'm forgetting. Like it's like a is it a Filipino thing? Am I? No, Berg. It's a Cuban pizza. I think it's I don't know. I've never had it. I'd be interested. Jesse Bofill is 100% correct. I went to Japan and I'm surprised they even had mayo. They put it on everything. Japanese people put mayonnaise on all kinds of stuff. Mayo is
it's not even fair to say that mayo is Japanese ketchup because they use it more than us Americans. Like us Americans only put ketchup on stuff like hot dogs and hamburgers and French fries. Japanese people throw mayo on everything from takoyaki to curry to pizza, fried chicken, okonomiyaki. Everything's got mayo on it. It's rad. Mayo in Japan is like ranch in America. Ranch in America is a regional thing. What's funny is I always lived in America's East Coast. I always lived in Connecticut, New York, New Jersey. So I always thought of ranch as like, it's like kind of the salad, like, it's a salad dressing. I don't know. Sometimes you don't feel like Caesar, sometimes you don't feel like Thousand Island. Like, it's just another dressing. I didn't realize that it was, like, the only thing you're allowed to put on vegetables in other time zones. Yeah. I didn't realize how much of a thing it was. Ranches. Ranches really, it's a lifestyle out here. Brooke says, Zach, they have the Cuban pizza. I've heard of Cuban Pete, but not Cuban pizza. You want to try it? Brooke says, we're eating this tomorrow. It shall be done. We will have the Cuban pizza. Thank you for the very savvy recommendation. Pretty neat. We got a little overlap. Fire Smoke 597 says, buddy of mine went to Australia and came back putting mayo on his hot dogs. I didn't... Yeah... It's not considered one of the standard toppings, but like all the I don't know, Criff Dogs in New York City. Criff Dogs put mayo on some of their hot dogs, and I thought that was a great combination. I think tanginess is perfect for a hot dog. I like hot dogs. I have a higher opinion of hot dogs than I think most people do. Binkus Pinkus says, "Dunno, man. I know several people who put ketchup on burritos at home and on their eggs. Ketchup on eggs is good. I used to get it in my Christmas stocking. That's pretty adorable." Pretty adorable, not gonna lie. That's pretty cute. Ketchup on burritos. Why? Why would you do that? Ugh. Katja Purs says a question that raises, or she makes a point that raises a very important question. Hot sauce is my mayo. It goes on everything. What kind of hot sauce do you folks like? Because I have my favorite. Brooke knows this. I have my favorite hot sauce. Let's get another view of this thing while we wait for the glue to dry, so folks can actually see what we're building. Yeah, what kind of hot sauce are we talking about? Because my favorite is Secret Aardvark. That's my absolute favorite. It's so good. Sriracha's a classic. Cholula, Grant Rouse, you and Brooke. Bo Jorgen's lover likes Tabasco. Oh. Tabasco. Tabasco's got it's good, but it makes everything taste like Tabasco. Datom Tariq says, thanks so much for the super chat. Turkish use egg in the middle of the pizza. We're gonna give that a shot next time. Gotta stay hydrated. Yeah, next time we make a pizza, we'll throw an egg in the middle of it. Tapatio, Nate Hubbard is a man of class. Tapatio is good stuff. El Yucateco is another good one. Yep. Tapatio it's not very spicy, but the flavor is perfect on quesadillas and burritos. That's my go-to burrito hot sauce. Ryo Kimball, hang on a second. Someone asked, why is the display upside down? Because the code was written, so here's the, this is the breakout board, and you can see that it mounts it with the ribbon cable at the bottom. So on mine, I have the ribbon cable mounted on the top. So I just need to adjust the code to turn that around. Yeah. Man, I could go for some. Maybe that's what I'll make after this. Make myself a Bloody Mary with some Secret Aardvark. Let's give this a poke. Give this a poke and see if the glue is still Still wet. Yeah. Although maybe we can wipe off the excess. Let's move this glass out of here and take a little look. Take a little look-see. All right. I think we can wipe off the excess and put this thing on. This looks pretty rough. But then again, it is a prototype. Oh, there's one more thing to do. I put this little lid here. So, oh, I'm having such a hard time with this. So I put this little lid on the side. So if worse comes to worse, we can just rip the, like if battery starts swelling up, like we can just rip it out. And, you know, just in case. So, let's pull this off. And grab myself some screws. I forgot I think I made this M2 or M2.5. I don't remember. Let's grab some screws. And, I love this. I love this set of Allen keys. I'm so glad I bought this. This was from one of my European 3D printing filament orders. Let's figure out what size this is. I forgot. It happens. It's because I'm old. Does this fit, or did I design this for M2 screws? M2 screws fit, or are they too small? I think they fit fairly well, but the head is too small. All right, so we're going to use M2.5. I got them countersunk so they look all fancy. So let's do this. Oh, now I got a craving for Cuban pizza. I got a fever. The only thing that'll cure it is Cuban pizza. I don't think this Allen key is actually the right tool for the job. I think we want a screwdriver. Here we go. Use our iFixit toolkit. Pretty solid toolkit, if I may say so. Let's switch angles. Switch get that out of here. The angle of the dangle. Yeah. All right. Let's use this. Get some more torque, and then get some torquing. And after this is in place, we'll update our to-do list, and I'll write the code off camera. That's something I'm okay. That's something I'm okay doing on my own, especially because I've never used this part before, so I don't know how hard the library is going to be to use. Did we bottom this out? Did I? I think the screw is too long. Huh. Hope I didn't ream the hole out too much. He said, platonically. Yeah. Let's grab ourselves some smaller screws. Here we go. Put this in like so. Come on. There we go. Screw this guy down. Very good. Forgot what size screw I used. Ugh. This is looking pretty sick, though. I gotta be honest. This is pretty rad looking. Tapatio. Tabasco. A lot of folks like Tabasco. Tabasco. This is gonna sound kind of weird, but I think it's kind of obsolete. I think it's a bit of an obsolete hot sauce. I think it. Yeah. I just think that what it does sort of like spices up food, like just, you know, a hot sauce that's just there basically to spice up food and not be lip-burningly hot. I just think there are better ones. I think when it came out, it was like America's like only hot sauce or something, right? But I just think there are better general purpose sauces. That's just a theory. A hot sauce theory. That's just an opinion. I don't like Tabasco that much. I do find it very charming that they include it in MREs. There we go. Yeah, the Tabasco pepper also has a distinct flavor, so it ends up turning whatever you put it on Tabasco flavored. All right. One sec. Let's go back here. Assemble the thingy. Is done. We're not writing code. So, the last thing on the list. Look rad. Michael Cutler, thank you so much for his... Ooh, Singapore dollars. How fancy. Hey, just listen to your Contextual Electronics guest appearance. Great advice. Highly recommended. Maybe share the link here. Feel free. I don't have the link handy. I haven't even listened to it. I don't know how he cut it. But yeah, I was interviewed by Chris Gamble of the Contextual Electronics podcast. Yeah, the guy who also hosts... EEV Blog's podcast. Yeah, we did an interview a few weeks ago. I think that might even show up on EEV Blog, at least part of it. Yeah, I think it's yeah, that was a lot of fun. He was a cool guy to talk to. He also does what I used to do. He's a prototype developer. But without further ado, I think it's time. What happens if I put this on and just splits in half or glues to my hair or something? Here we go. Oh, this grips a lot tighter to my head now. Hope I didn't make a boo boo. But here we go. Yeah, this needs some padding. I changed the geometry a little bit and now it clamps onto my head quite tightly. But yeah, here we go. This is it. Yeah, this is hurting my noggin. There's a pressure point right here. So, let me find something. Oh, here we go. There's something soft. We got some tape. Where's the scissors? I can't cut tape with any of these. Let's use a knife. There we go. So let's put the tape on this pressure point right here. It is a tight fit. If I had the ability to do it again, I'd probably scale it up a little bit. Oh, that's better. Maybe I'll go get some neoprene foam or something. But yeah, check it out. That looks pretty legit, doesn't it? That's pretty sick. I can't see this display at all. It's I can see a very vague blue glow around the edge. I feel a very vague blue glow, but I can see perfectly through this. I'm clearly reading the chat. This isn't blocking my visuals at all. Oh right, you can't share links. Brooke, do you think you could search for Contextual Electronics podcast? And I think my interview should be the most recent one. I keep forgetting about this stuff. Oh man. Yeah. I guess in part 3, yes, Witch King 64 says in part 3, print a new head, I guess. Yes, I need to print a new head. Yeah, so there are a couple pressure points on it, but I think I should be able to handle those just by heating them up and filing them down. Maybe I'll get some maybe I'll put some foam in there. Yeah, that's right, I'll shim my head. But no, this display is invisible. I can't even when I'm squinting at this thing as hard as I can, it's barely helping at all. I can when I'm squinting, I can vaguely make out the outlines, but I can't see anything. Not even close. Not even close. I can't read anything on it. I can barely even tell that there's anything on it. But it does look cool, and I think it proves the point quite well. Here, let me take it off. And yeah, it made it less when I added. So I added a little bit of curve to it to make it grip my head a bit better. But it had the downside, it seems, of making it more rigid. So now it's gripping my head too hard. Where did I put my? Oh, right, my auxiliary camera is still on the printer from last time. So, here. I'm going to take this camera, plug it in front of my computer, and I'll hold this behind here so you can see what's going on. So first, let's switch over. I said switch over. Oh, my nose. All right, so first off, I want to prove this camera can focus on stuff that's pretty close. See? This is pretty close. Here, let me switch the overhead view so I can show you what's up. I said switch to the overhead view. So you can see that this thing, readjust my grip here, can focus pretty close. Focus, please. Prove my point. Yeah, there we go. So we can focus on things that are quite close, but not point blank. It does have a limit. It's not a macro lens. So let's see what it looks like inside the heads-up display. So this is about where my eye was. Yeah, you can't see anything. Not even close. You can see it is very transparent. But yeah, like even when I move it back, like this is an inch away or so, not even close. It should focus about here. Here, I'm gonna put it against something dark so that there's nothing else for it to try to focus on. Yeah, it just can't do it. Come on. Yeah, so this is basically what I'm seeing. It's not even this clear, honestly. It's much more crisp. Yep. There you go. But, yeah, I still think the project came out really well. I think it looks cool. I think it proves the point. It works, which is always nice. And I think it looks really cool. Yeah. There is a bit of glare, but I don't think that's affecting the focus. I think I'm going to just warm this up and bend some of the parts out of the way, just to make it fit my head a bit better. It's pinching a little bit, but it's close. Remember, I did test this thing pretty hard. Yeah, it just squint. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not helping. Here, all right. So when I squint, I can vaguely make out the edges of pixels, but it's not. But yeah, I guess when I squint, I can see that there is a circle. I can't see the crosshair. I can see the circle. But yeah, so this is what we're going to be doing the next video about, and maybe we'll have that video up by the end of the week. Maybe not. But yeah, it is pretty cool cosplay. This is perfect for something like Maker Faire or a show. Bear with me one sec. I'm gonna mess with the focus. I'm going to mess with the exposure a little bit. There we go. To cut down on the glare, make this a little easier to see. This is great for something like Maker Faire or a show, something of the sort where I want to, draw attention to myself, because it doesn't block my vision. Like, it doesn't get in the way. It doesn't distract me like a regular heads-up display would be, and you can see it. That's the other part. You don't want, if you think about it, like on a wearable display intended to be used on a computer, you don't want other people to see what you're seeing. Not because it's private, but because any photon that's hitting their eyes isn't hitting your eyes. You want all the light to go into your own face, because that's a more efficient use of your battery. You don't want to waste your battery life sending light outwards. You want every watt being used to bring that light into your eye. So yeah. Others, Ledneck says, yeah, the fact that you can see right through it, but others can see it fine makes it like a business card. Yeah, I think this is perfect for an attention grabbing piece. Yeah, but it looks pretty cool, and it's very solid too. I've never built a heads-up display with an over-the-head configuration, and I am pretty satisfied here. Because this thing isn't going anywhere. This is very stable. It's almost a shame that I can't see it, because this thing could be pretty useful. So yeah, that's the project. That's the clear OLED heads-up display. I look like Tony. I almost said Tony Hawk. Now I look like Tony Stark. We can initiate the house party protocol, and yeah, I just want to thank all the patrons. 420 concurrent viewers. Ayo! I just want to thank all the patrons who made this possible. I've been working on this side of the room, so you can't really see their names scrolling by. Got to figure that out. But yeah, if you want to join the Patreon and support the channel, just head to patreon.com/Zach Freedman. And yeah, I'd love to. The support makes a tremendous difference. Let me just quickly pull up the email and see if we have any new patrons to thank, because I want to be like that. S2. Thank you very much for becoming a patron. For becoming your patron, I really appreciate it. It makes a huge difference. Next stream is going to be on Friday. Next video is going to come out whenever the hell I feel like it. But you're welcome to keep the party going in our Discord. It's discord.gg/VoidStarLab. What else? Is there anything else to announce? Roscoe the dog. We talked to a possible foster for Roscoe, so he might have. So, fairly soon, Roscoe might have some more dog friends to play with, a big yard to run around in. So, I appreciate everyone who followed up with what we said last video. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, you should probably figure that out. Yeah, there's nothing else to really say. This project looks cool as hell. That's why I haven't ended the stream yet. I just want to look at myself in the preview. But yes, our time has come to an end. Thank you so much, USISS, for last second super chat. Unfortunately, this heads-up display is not usable as a heads-up display, but it will serve a very important purpose in teaching folks how the optics behind wearable displays work. I really appreciate everyone who showed up and stayed around. And, Ask Fads says, one more question before you leave. All right, one more question before I see you in the future. Well, what is it? What's the last question? I guess there aren't any more questions. All right, thank you very much for watching, and I will see all of you in the future. Peace!